Chapter 1403. The gray-clad, middle-aged man's palm seemed to have transformed into a five-finger mountain as he tried to suppress Duan Lingtian. The power of a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator was fully displayed. In order to regain his freedom, the gray-clad, middle-aged man did not hold back at all. Seeing that the gray-clad, middle-aged man's palm was about to land on him, the little vortex in Duan Lingtian's left pupil spun faster and faster. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's remaining mind power was almost completely drained by the little vortex. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. In the blink of an eye, the gray-clad, middle-aged man's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian shifted strangely and brushed past Duan Lingtian's body. The vast and mighty strength caused the air to vibrate, emitting a series of thunderous explosions. How's that possible? At the same time, the gray-clad, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by the palm strike that he unleashed with all his might. He was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. In a split second, the true energy in Duan Lingtian's qi gushed out unreservedly and gathered in his right hand through the 32 saint veins. At the same time, he pulled the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow with all his might and released it. Clang! Buzz! A solid true energy light blade flew out and sliced through the gray-clad middle-aged man's throat before he could retract his true energy and activate his defensive technique. His head was severed from his body. Plop! The gray-clad middle-aged man's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body and dyed the ground red. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to move to the side. The gray-clad, middle-aged man's body was then swept away by the inertia of the palm. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit died, just like that. He was completely dead. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound could be heard. This, the gray-clad, middle-aged man who was hiding at the side, one of the 36 guardians, stared blankly at the scene in front of him and could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Lingtian told him not to interfere, he thought that Duan Lingtian was being arrogant. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was about to be killed, she thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit because he did not make a move in time because of Duan Lingtian's words. Who would have thought that at the last moment the bandit seemed to have been bewitched? His palm that was moving forward with a ferocious momentum actually changed direction abruptly and slapped towards Duan Lingtian's side. In that instant, even he hadn't noticed how the criminals had changed directions. In his field of vision, the criminal's hand seemed to disappear into thin air. At the same time, it appeared to the side out of thin air, dodging Duan Lingtian. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Then he saw Duan Lingtian take advantage of the bandit's missed attack and the fact that he could not withdraw his strength to defend himself. Duan Lingtian decisively killed bandit. As a peak perfection mortal shedding stage existence, he knew very well that the bandit's missed attack was the turning point. Logically speaking, his attack should have been enough to kill Duan Lingtian. However, it strangely avoided Duan Lingtian at the critical moment. It was because his attack missed that he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Could it be this Duan Lingtian knew this would happen? When he recalled Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission that forbade him from interfering, his heart skipped a beat as an incredulous thought rose in his mind. Then, could it be his doing? He did not dare to think further. If it was really Duan Lingtian's doing, how terrifying would it be? At this moment, a greedy gleam appeared in the depth of the silver-armored, middle-aged man's eyes without any warning. If it's really Duan Lingtian's doing, if I can get my hands on it, won't I be able to fight a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with my cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage? The silver-armored, middle-aged man was excited as he thought about this. By then, my heavenly dark guardian's ability will be on par with most of the top 10 guardians. The Heavenly Dark Guardian was ranked 18th among the 36 guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had a cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's face was slightly pale as his spiritual energy was almost depleted. At the same time, he became more alert of his surroundings. He noticed a burning gaze. Currently, his spiritual energy was completely depleted, which affected his ability to a certain extent. He might not even be a match for an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. Is it one of the 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian became alert. Whoosh! After the Heavenly Dark Guardian appeared, Duan Lingtian became even more alert. He saw a subtle gleam of greed in the depth of his eyes. Greed? What does he want? Could it be? Could he have noticed something earlier? Is he plotting something against me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank as he thought about this. Just as the Heavenly Dark Guardian walked over quietly, Duan Lingtian took a few steps back. At this moment, a soft sound of surprise came from the sky. It made the Heavenly Dark Guardian's expression change slightly. At the same time, he stopped walking toward Duan Lingtian. Heavenly Leader Guardian. When Duan Lingtian lifted his head and saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian standing in the air, he immediately sighed in relief. He knew that since the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, was here, the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, one of the 36 guardians, would not dare to act like before. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had only resolved his crisis temporarily. Since his opponent was greedy, it was impossible for him to suppress it so easily. Big brother. The Heavenly Dark Guardian bowed respectfully in front of the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Heavenly Dark Guardian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian stepped on the air and landed next to Duan Lingtian and the Heavenly Dark Guardian in just a blink of an eye. He looked at the Heavenly Dark Guardian and asked with a frown, "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" No. The Heavenly Dark Guardian shook his head and subsequently looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "He killed him." The Heavenly Dark Guardian. When the Heavenly Leader Guardian appeared and greeted the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, Duan Lingtian already knew the silver-armored middle-aged man's name. The Heavenly Dark Guardian. It's named after the 36 heavenly stars. The Heavenly Dark Guardian seems to be ranked 18th. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Duan Lingtian? At the same time, with the Heavenly Dark Guardian's reminder, the Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw the shock on the Heavenly Leader Guardian's face, Duan Lingtian continued, "He fought with the others earlier and exhausted a lot of energy. I was lucky enough to kill him." "Lucky?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Heavenly Leader Guardian had a look of disbelief on his face as he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. "The test is over. You can leave now." The Heavenly Leader Guardian said after a while, "It's over? So soon?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "There's only one perfection mortal shedding stage bandit in this valley. He's hiding at the end of the valley. You've killed the rest of the bandits." The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, "Therefore, there's no more bandits in this valley. There's no point for you to stay here." Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. When he left with the Heavenly Leader Guardian, Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that the Heavenly Dark Guardian's burning gaze would land on him from time to time. "It seems like I shouldn't use the strange pupil in front of others in the future. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble sooner or later." Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart sank. He had already guessed that it was the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit's palm strike that missed its target that exposed the Heavenly Dark Guardian. The Heavenly Dark Guardian must have thought that it was some special technique of his and coveted it. "I'll have to be careful in the city governor's mansion in the future. Since the Heavenly Dark Guardian can't find an opportunity today, He'll definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me in the future. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Perhaps the Heavenly Dark Guardian would not kill him in the beginning, but he would definitely force him to hand over the spatial manipulation technique. Although he knew that the spatial manipulation technique originated from the strange pupil, it could not be replicated. However, the Heavenly Dark Guardian did not know this. If I can't hand it over by then, I'm afraid my life will be in danger, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's lead, Duan Lingtian left the valley and returned to the outside of the valley. Where are they? When he returned to the outside, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one outside. Everyone, including the other 36 guardians, had left. Master City Governor has brought them back to Mount Hill City. The Heavenly Leader Guardian reminded Duan Lingtian as if he could see the confusion on his face. Now, follow me back to Mount Hill City. I'll report the results of the test to Master City Governor. After calling out to Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian took the lead and leaped into the air to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed, closely behind. Behind Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Dark Guardian leaped into the air. It was obvious that he was prepared to follow the Heavenly Leader Guardian and Duan Lingtian back to Mount Hill City and the City Governor's Mansion. In the meeting room of the City Governor's Mansion in Mount Hill City, Master City Governor. Suddenly, a loud and respectful voice came from outside, attracting the attention of the group of people in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, the City Governor of Mount Hill City sat majestically at the head of the table. Below him stood 11 young men and 1 young woman. They were the 11 of the 13 gangsters who had just returned from outside, and Zhu Lang, an ordinary member of the latent dragon camp. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from outside, the City Governor of Mount Hill City spoke calmly. Master Heavenly Leader Guardian. Seeing a figure enter the meeting hall first, many people greeted him respectfully. Soon, the people in the room noticed that there was a purple figure following closely behind the Heavenly Leader Guardian. It was Duan Lingtian, who ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on Guo Li and Zhu Lang's faces. Of course, Duan Lingtian's appearance caused some people to be happy and some to hate him. For example, Zhang Jian Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Master City Governor, the final results and rankings of today's test are out. After entering the meeting hall, the Heavenly Leader Guardian reported to the City Governor of Mount Hill City. Speak. Chapter 1404. The person who ranked first in today's test is Xiong Hu. He obtained a total of 36 points. The person who ranked second is Jin Yuan Bao. He obtained a total of 32 points. The Heavenly Leader Guardian announced loudly in the meeting hall. Everyone looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao as soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian was done speaking. No wonder they're ranked second and third among the 13 gangsters. They ranked first and second in today's test. Many people exclaimed, both of them will become Master City Governor's disciples. Many people looked envious. Of course, some of them smiled wryly and felt helpless. Xiong Hu laughed, laughing very happily. Although Jin Yuan Bao's smile was not as exaggerated as Xiong Hu's, he smirked too. It was enough to show how happy he was at that moment. From today onwards, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao will be my disciples, the City Governor of Mount Hill City announced. However, he glanced at Duan Lingtian without anyone noticing. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Since the City Governor of Mount Hill City had said earlier that he would only take the first and second place in today's test as his disciples, the Heavenly Leader Guardian did not reveal the other people's rankings and results. As the City Governor of Mount Hill City spoke, everyone looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao with envy and jealousy. As for the rest of you, I will send your points records to the Merit Pavilion. In 3 days, you can go and receive the corresponding merit points you obtained today. You can get the points you need from the Merit Pavilion, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the rest. At that moment, everyone was in high spirits again. 1 point is 100 merit points. I have 8 points, so I can exchange them for 800 merit points. He, an intermediate mortal shedding stage, martial cultivator among the 13 gangsters, chuckled. I have a little more points than you. I can exchange them for 900 merit points. Another intermediate mortal, shedding stage, martial cultivator, chuckled too. Heavenly Leader Guardian, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, stay here. The rest of you, return to the latent dragon camp. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly. His voice echoed in the entire meeting hall. Just as everyone shook their heads, sighed, and was about to leave, a beautiful figure stepped forward and said to the city governor of Mound Hill City, Master City Governor, the points of our 3-person team were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. Sir Mayor, please give the points of the group to Duan Lingtian. The person who spoke to the city governor of Mound Hill City was none other than Guoli. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian hadn't split the points from killing the criminals equally with her and Zhu Lang, Xiong, who wouldn't have gotten first place in today's test. Guoli, Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't expect Guoli to explain for him. That's right, Lord Mayor. All the points were obtained by Duan Lingtian. I am ashamed to accept them. Zhu Lang gritted his teeth and stepped forward as well. Although he really wanted the contribution points, he felt uneasy watching Duan Lingtian being eliminated. In his opinion, among the participants of today's test, Duan Lingtian was the most qualified to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Humph. Master City Governor has already announced the rules. Do you think this is child's play? Do you think Master City Governor will believe you when you say Duan Lingtian obtained all the points on his own? Zhang Jian sneered. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat without saying a word. Perhaps he didn't hear what Guoli and Zhu Lang said, or perhaps he didn't even want to talk to them. Let's go. Duan Lingtian frowned. After calling out to Guoli and Zhu Lang, he turned around and left the meeting hall first. He did not expect Guoli and Zhu Lang to do that. After all, he had no interest in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Seeing that the city governor of Mound Hill City ignored them, Guoli and Zhu Lang looked at each other and smiled wryly. They could only turn around and leave with Duan Lingtian. However, they were already regretting it. They regretted joining the test with Duan Lingtian and dragging Duan Lingtian down. The others followed them and left the meeting hall. That Guoli thinks she can make Duan Lingtian become Master City Governor's disciple just by saying a few words? What a joke! Ho Lin smirked. She wants to push Duan Lingtian up the ranks with the points they obtained. I can't believe she's shameless enough to say that. Zhang Jilong said in disdain. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. I've dragged you down. Guoli apologized to Duan Lingtian on their way back to the latent dragon camp. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't expect our points to not be ranked second. Duan Lingtian sighed. He had miscalculated on 1 point. He did not expect the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit to be the last bandit. Since entering the valley, he had obtained a total of 93 points, including killing the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It was divided into 3 portions, so each of them obtained 31 points. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, happened to obtain 32 points, which was 1 point more than the 3 of them. We only have 73 points in total. If we divide them into 3 portions, each of us will only have 24 points. We're still quite far away from the second place. Zhu Lang smiled wryly. Neither he nor Guoli knew that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to explain. Naturally, Zhu Lang and Guo Li would find out when they exchanged their points for merit points 3 days later. I believe Master City Governor will find out about you obtaining 73 points sooner or later, Guo Li said. Guo Li said, 2 of the 36 guardians were hiding in the dark to protect us. They saw you fight along the way and knew that you were the one who got the 73 points. If Master City Governor finds out about this, he'll definitely make an exception and take you in as his disciple. Guo Li only thought of this now. Earlier in the meeting hall, she was so worried that she blurted it out to the city governor of Mound Hill City, just like what Zhang Jian said. The city governor of Mound Hill City might not believe her. The city governor of Mound Hill City would only believe what the 36 guardians said. That's right. Zhu Lang nodded in agreement with what Guo Li said. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. If there was a pity in his heart, it was not because he could not become the city governor's disciple, but because he could not return the favor to Guo Li. He had already made up his mind. If what Guo Li and Zhu Lang said was true, and the city governor of Mound Hill City made an exception and took him in as his disciple, he would definitely seize the opportunity to return the favor to Guo Li. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned to the latent dragon camp and returned to their respective wooden houses. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and the rest returned as well. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao became Master City Governor's disciples. The other latent dragon camp members were not surprised by this result. In the meeting hall, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao stood aside respectfully after performing the ceremony of becoming the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since their master did not ask them to leave, they did not dare to leave on their own. How many points did Duan Lingtian and Guo Li get when they worked together? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the heavenly leader guardian and asked. For a moment, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao also looked at the heavenly leader guard. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a monster in their eyes. They also wanted to know how many points that monster's group had obtained. 93 points. The heavenly leader guardian answered after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly under the trio's gaze. 93 points. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao were stunned when they heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. After a while, they inhaled sharply at the same time with shock and disbelief on their faces. 93 points? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked with a frown. No, the heavenly leader guardian said. The heavenly leader guardian said. They originally obtained 73 points. However, since the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end, they obtained 93 points. After splitting it evenly, each of them obtained 31 points. When he reached the end of his sentence, the heavenly leader guardian glanced at Jin Yuan Bao. It was as though he was telling Jin Yuan Bao how dangerous his results were. He had almost missed the 2nd place in today's test. However, Jin Yuan Bao did not notice the heavenly leader guardian's gaze. This was because he was dumbstruck. That perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuan Bao or Xiong Hu, their minds were replaying Jin Yuan Bao's words at the same time. They could not calm down for a long time. Was what Guo Li said earlier true? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked again. At this moment, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, who had temporarily suppressed their emotions, looked at the heavenly leader guardian again. They still remembered Guo Li saying that the points of their 3-person group were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. It was fine when they did not know the points of the 3-person group, but now that they knew, their hearts skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian alone obtained 93 points. They felt their hearts beating faster than ever before. It was as though their hearts would jump out at any time. It's true. The heavenly leader guardian confirmed with a nod. He was shocked when he first found out. However, he was numb when he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Duan Lingtian was a person who could not be judged by common sense. That was his understanding of Duan Lingtian. He obtained 93 points alone. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base. The city governor of Mound Hill City mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Both of you go back first. Tell Duan Lingtian to come to the meeting hall and tell him that I'm waiting for him. Soon after, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao and said, "Yes." Both of them responded respectfully and left the meeting hall, hurrying back to the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian, Master wants you to go to the meeting hall. Chapter 1405. Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda when he heard voices coming from outside. He could tell that it was Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao's voices. The master they were referring to was undoubtedly the city governor of Mound Hill City. So fast! Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He knew why the city governor of Mound Hill City was looking for him. It was just like what Guoli had said. Once the city governor of Mound Hill City found out about his battle results in the valley, he would most likely make an exception and take him in as his disciple. After all, his battle results were even more exaggerated than Xiong Hu's. Apart from that, there was something else that even Guoli did not know. He had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Killing someone on the perfection mortal shedding stage with his cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. His talent and strength were enough to attract the attention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Walking out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian happened to see Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao arriving at their respective wooden houses. Duan Lingtian, you're a freak. Jin Yuanbao's true energy voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Although Xiong Hu did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely solemn. Duan Lingtian flew off the high platform and was about to leave the latent dragon camp. Just as he was about to walk out of the latent dragon camp's entrance, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. So fast! Looking at the heavenly harm guardian, one of the 36 guardians who appeared before him, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This doesn't seem like the speed of a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye out of curiosity. At that moment, he detected the heavenly harm guardian's cultivation base. Paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the heavenly harm guardian to have broken through as well. In fact, he had used his divine eye to detect the heavenly harm guardian when he first saw him when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, the heavenly harm guardian was only on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly harm guardians left as quickly as they came. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he left again. What's going on? Isn't Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian stopping Duan Lingtian from leaving? Why aren't you stopping me now? The latent dragon camp members who had planned to watch the show were disappointed. Only Duan Lingtian knew that Xiong Hu or Jin Yuanbao must have told the Heavenly Harm Guardian the reason why he left the latent dragon camp. How could the Heavenly Harm Guardian dare to stop the city governor of Mound Hill City from meeting him? After leaving the hidden dragon camp and arriving at the meeting room again, Duan Lingtian knew that he was right. Duan Lingtian, I want to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes and asked Duan Lingtian directly, City Lord, what benefits will I get if I agree to become your disciple? Duan Lingtian asked directly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's question. The heavenly leader guardian's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He shouted angrily, "Duan Lingtian, don't be arrogant. It's your blessing that the city governor is willing to accept you as his disciple." He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so bold as to bargain with the city governor. Duan Lingtian ignored the heavenly leader guardian and continued to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City calmly. He seemed to be waiting for the city governor's reply. The city governor of Mound Hill City was stunned for a while before he asked with interest, "What benefits do you want?" "City governor, you're really straightforward." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "I don't want much. I just hope that you can agree to a request of mine." "City governor, speak." The city governor of Mound Hill City said, "City governor, I hope that you can protect Guoli so that she won't be sacrificed in the battle between the clans in Fuyu Town." Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. He had nothing else to ask for from the city governor of Mound Hill City. "Fuyu Town?" The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. "Guo Li is from Fuyu Town?" As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had some impression of Fuyu Town. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Guo Li is from the Guo clan in Fuyu Town. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. The other two clans that are enemies with the Guo clan want her dead. Who is she to you? Why would you go to such lengths for her?" The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. "She's my friend. I'm only helping her because I owe her a favor." Duan Lingtian said, "Are you really just friends?" The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. There was not even the slightest ripple in his heart. He was telling the truth. He did not have any feelings for Guo Li. "Heavenly leader guardian, send my order to Fuyu Town immediately. If anything happens to Guo Li, the city governor's office of Mound Hill City will annihilate the two clans that are enemies with the Guo clan." The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the heavenly leader guardian and ordered, "Yes." The heavenly leader guardian immediately retreated and left the meeting hall. It was obvious that he was going to relay the city governor's order. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and the city governor of Mound Hill City were left in the spacious meeting hall. "Greetings, teacher." Duan Lingtian bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. "Teacher." The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to call him teacher. Teacher, master, although the two were extremely similar, there was also a huge difference. Compared to master, teacher was undoubtedly much more casual. Usually there could only be one master. Even if one wanted to have a second master, the first master had to agree. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. However, a teacher was different. A teacher was not so particular. As long as it was an elder who had taught and guided him, he could call him teacher. "You have a master?" After a while, the city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he relaxed his brows. "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Then why don't you call me teacher instead of master?" The city governor of Mound Hill City's tone was stern and dissatisfied as he asked, "A teacher teaches and answers questions. In my eyes, a master is like a bright light in the night, someone who can guide me forward. My teacher, on the other hand, was someone who helped me during my growth." Duan Lingtian answered honestly. Because of that, in his heart, even if he had the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City was only his teacher and not his master. The word master was too heavy. "It seems like you're saying that I can't teach you?" The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes gleamed coldly, and his tone became deeper. "If you can be the bright light that guides me forward, by then I'll naturally be willing to call you master. However, for now you're still my teacher." Facing the city governor of Mound Hill City, whose expression had turned extremely grave, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. "Humph. You can leave now. The city governor of Mound Hill City snorted. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not say much. After responding, he turned around and left the meeting hall. Seeing Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappear before his eyes, the gloominess on the city governor of Mound Hill City's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. What a special little fellow. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base. It seems like this little fellow has quite a big secret. The city governor of Mound Hill City was almost mumbling to himself when he reached the end of his sentence. Gua Li's matter has finally been resolved. On the way back to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. He had finally repaid the favor he owed Gua Li. He was free of debt. Currently, Duan Lingtian felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. I'll go to the Merit Pavilion to have a look. 3 days later, after returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. 3 days later, he would be able to exchange the points he had obtained in today's test for merit points. Then he would be able to exchange the merit points for some items in the city governor's estate. Perhaps he would be able to find something that he wanted. When Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue cultivating, an order came out of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and was sent far away. It was sent all the way to Fuyu Town. Fuyu Town was also known as Fuyu Island. It was an island located not far away from the Dao Marshal Saint Land. The Fuyu Island today was not peaceful. This was because a messenger had come from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City to deliver the order from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Gua Li, a disciple of the Gua clan, is a member of the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If anything happens, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will step in and annihilate the 2 clans that are enemies of the Gua clan. These were the original words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. After the order was given, the entire Gua clan was in an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. The most outstanding disciple of the Gua clan was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Unlike the Gua clan's excitement, the other 2 clans were gloomy as though they had just gone through a funeral. The city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li? They could not figure out why the city governor of Mound Hill City would protect Gua Li. Investigate. Send someone to investigate. We must know why the city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li. At the same time, tell the spies in Mound Hill City to stop their actions and stop targeting Gua Li. After the orders were passed down from the 2 clans, the people from the 2 clans began to make their way to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. At the same time, the people from the Gua clan also left Fuyu Island. The Gua clan also wanted to know what was going on. When Gua Li found out about all of this, it was already 3 days later. Master City Governor gave an order to protect me. Gua Li was a little confused when she found out about this. However, she soon regained her senses. She knew all of this must have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's you, is it? Gua Li could not help but ask for confirmation when she saw Duan Lingtian walking out of cottage number 6 slowly. Huh. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Gua Li staring at him excitedly. He had just come out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so he did not know what Gua Li meant. Chapter 1406. Duan Lingtian nodded when he knew Gua Li was asking about the city governor of Mound Hill City protecting her. Thank you. Gua Li thanked him sincerely with a grateful expression on her face. You've left the wooden house. Are you planning to go to the Merit Pavilion too? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and asked. Yes. Gua Li nodded. I've already used the opportunity to go out once every 3 months. I wonder if I can still go out. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this problem. I heard, as long as you register with the steward and exchange for merit points at the Merit Pavilion, It's not considered going out. Guoli said, If that's the case, then there's no problem. Duan Lingtian smiled and then walked into the pavilion beside the high platform with Guoli. After registering with the Heavenly Harm Guardian, they left the Latent Dragon Camp. After leaving the Latent Dragon Camp, they went to the Merit Pavilion. The Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate was an independent pavilion with 4 floors. The pavilion had an antique look and looked simple. As soon as they entered the first floor, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure walking toward them from the inside. Jin Yuan Bao. Senior Brother Duan. At that moment, Jin Yuan Bao saw Duan Lingtian and a bright smile appeared on his face. Senior Brother? Duan Lingtian and Gua Li were stunned when they heard how Jin Yuan Bao addressed him. I'm 2 years younger than you, and I'm not as powerful as you. Naturally, I should call you Senior Brother. Jin Yuan Bao smiled. Duan Lingtian just remembered that Jin Yuan Bao was also a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City like him. Junior Brother Jin. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Senior Brother Duan, I've already exchanged for what I want. I'll take my leave first. Jin Yuan Bao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Gua Li before leaving the Merit Pavilion. Duan Lingtian, did I hear that right? Jin Yuan Bao called you Senior Brother? Moreover, he admitted that his strength is inferior to yours? Gua Li looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You fought him before? When Gua Li learned that she was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City, she knew Duan Lingtian had most likely become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City and had asked the city governor for a favor. That favor was for the city governor of Mound Hill City to protect her. However, although she knew Duan Lingtian must have become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she did not expect Jin Yuan Bao to address Duan Lingtian as Senior Brother. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head. No, then. Gua Li wanted to ask more, but she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. You'll know in a while. Gua Li looked confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. 31 points? Are you sure? In front of the counter on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Gua Li looked at the staff member in surprise. No, the staff member shook his head. The 3-person team you're in has obtained 93 points in the test 3 days ago. You've taken one of them, so you have 31 points. 31 points can be exchanged for 3,100 merit points. Do you want exchange? The staff member asked. Wait. Gua Li shook her head. Gua Li shook her head. She couldn't react for a moment. I remember that our team of 3 got a total of 73 points. 93 points. Where did the extra 20 points come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gua Li's mind. She stared at Duan Lingtian next to her as if she had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian, why you didn't kill that Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit, did you? Killing a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit would give her 20 points. Gua Li's breathing quickened as soon as she finished speaking. She stared at Duan Lingtian with her clear eyes, not missing any expression on Duan Lingtian's face. When she saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head, she completely confirmed it. Duan Lingtian, you. At that moment, Gua Li really did not know what to say. While she was shocked, she could only smile wryly. She finally understood why Jin Yuan Bao addressed Duan Lingtian as a senior brother. Exchange them for merit points. Duan Lingtian reminded her with a faint smile. Okay. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Gua Li reacted and exchanged all 31 points for merit points. She now had a total of 3,100 merit points. After Gua Li was done, Duan Lingtian followed suit and exchanged his merit points. The merit points are stored inside. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he looked at the crystal card in his hand. When he inserted his true energy into the crystal card, the number 3,100 would appear on it. It was the value of the merit points. There's a saint inscription inscribed on the crystal card. Gua Li did not seem surprised at all as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Saint inscription? Does this mean that this is made by a saint inscription master? Duan Lingtian was even more shocked. As far as he knew, there was no saint inscription master in Mound Hill City. As Duan Lingtian voiced his doubts, Gua Li smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, this crystal card is not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It's not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This crystal card is from the 7th rated force above Mound Hill City. The merit points inside are also from that 7th rated force, Gua Li explained. That 7th rated force is a powerful sect. Including Mound Hill City, the other 17 cities around it are also under the control of that sect. Just like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the city governor's estate of the other 17 cities are also 8th rated forces. They each control an 8th grade Saint Stone reserve. Gua Li continued, the 18 cities have to hand in a large amount of 7th grade Saint Stones and recommend young geniuses to that 7th rated sect every 3 years. That 7th rated sect will award a certain amount of merit points to each city based on the number of 7th grade Saint Stones handed in and the quality of the young geniuses recommended by each city. It's said that the city governor's estate of each city can use merit points to borrow human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics from that 7th rated sect and exchange them for human rank primitive saint grade weapons and high grade saint grade pills. Gua Li finished in one breath. A 7th rated sect that controls 18 cities like Mound Hill City? A 7th rated sect that has mastered human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics, human rank primitive saint grade weapons and high grade saint grade pills? Upon hearing Gua Li's words, Duan Lingtian sorted out the information one by one. His heart was filled with shock. Duan Lingtian, with your talent, you'll definitely be recommended to a 7th rated sect by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. As for me, I'm afraid I'll never have that chance. Gua Li had a self-deprecating look on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. Recommended to a 7th rated sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as anticipation filled his face. Naturally, he wanted to climb up the ladder since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The higher he stood, the further he could see, and the faster he could find his parents. Moreover, according to Huolao, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to become stronger and stand at the peak of this planet. To him, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was merely a springboard. Water would always flow downwards, and men would always strive to climb higher. This was the truth that would never change. Let's go up to the 2nd floor and see what we can exchange our merit points for. Duan Lingtian changed the topic and suggested when he saw Gua Li seemed a little disappointed. The 1st floor of the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was the place to exchange merit points, while the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were the places to exchange merit points for things. When they arrived at the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian realized it was the place to borrow saint grade martial tactics and Dao methods. So many saint tokens. Gua Li could not help but exclaim out loud after walking around the 2nd floor. There were at least hundreds of saint tokens that contained saint grade martial tactics and Dao methods on the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion. Although the Gua clan that Gua Li belonged to was a 9th rate force, they only had a few saint tokens. Moreover, they were only human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics and Dao methods. Among these saint tokens, 90% of them are human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics and Dao methods. The remaining 10% are human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactics and Dao methods. Duan Lingtian also noticed this when he walked around the 2nd floor with Gua Li. There was an old man walking around and patrolling on the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this old man must be the powerhouse who guarded the second floor of the Merit Pavilion. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian soon discovered the old man's cultivation base. It was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Apart from the old man, there was a young man in silver armor standing at each of the four corners of the second floor of the Merit Pavilion. His face was cold and his eyes were focused. For people on the perfection mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian could guess their identities just by looking at the silver armor on the four young men. They were all members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Senior, how do I get merit points to read the Saint grade martial tactics on the second floor of the Merit Pavilion? Gua Li asked when the old man approached Duan Lingtian, and Gua Li, human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics. 100 merit points to read it once. Human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactics. 1,000 merit points to save. You can't take the Saint token out of the Merit Pavilion. The old man said calmly, 1,000 merit points to read it once? When Gua Li heard this, she was so shocked that she cried out in alarm. In fact, even if one wanted to memorize the contents of a Saint token that contained the Saint grade martial tactic, one would need to memorize it at least 5 times before they could do so. The first time one read the Saint token, they would only be able to read the contents of the first stage, the fundamental awareness stage. If one wanted to read the contents of the second stage, the intermediate stage, one would have to cultivate the technique to the fundamental awareness stage, and so on. Due to this reason, one would need to read it at least 5 times to learn the entire set of Saint grade martial tactics. It would cost 5,000 merit points to learn the entire set of human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactics. It was no wonder Gua Li was shocked. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. 1,000 merit points to read it once. One must know that he was different from ordinary martial cultivators. An ordinary martial cultivator would need to read the Saint grade martial tactics at least 5 times to read the contents of the Saint token. Chapter 1407. Silver Shirt. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked toward the few Saint tokens that contained the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic. His target was the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. The silver shirt was a defensive technique in the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic. At the same time, it was the upgraded version of the defensive technique he had cultivated, the copper shirt. Lin Qingrong had told him about it. Soon, Duan Lingtian found the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. Senior, holding the Saint token, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man not far away. Whoosh! The old man disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Duan Lingtian with a crystal card in his hand. Duan Lingtian took out his crystal card as well. When they were on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had witnessed the staff transferring 3,100 merit points to his crystal card. Therefore, he followed suit and stuck his crystal card on the old man's crystal card. However, he had no idea what to do next. Duan Lingtian felt awkward. Infuse your spiritual energy into it and transfer 1,000 merit points to me. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian as though he could see the awkwardness on his face. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his spiritual energy into the crystal card in his hand. He wanted to transfer 1,000 merit points to the old man's crystal card. In a flash, the crystal card in his hand flashed, and a ray of light shot into the old man's crystal card. As Duan Lingtian infused his true energy into the crystal card, he could see that the remaining limit on the card was 2,100 merit points. It's that simple. Duan Lingtian was surprised. He did not expect it to be so easy to transfer his crystal card to merit points. From now on, you can borrow the saint token in your hand. The old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded and infused his spiritual energy into the saint token in his hand. In an instant, the information within the holy scroll flooded into Duan Lingtian's mind, becoming a part of his memory that was difficult to separate. However, among the vast amount of information, only the information about the defensive technique silver shirt was useful to Duan Lingtian. The rest of the information was completely useless. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the old man, Duan Lingtian did not rush to put down the holy scroll. An ordinary martial cultivator would need at least 15 minutes to memorize all the moves in the saint-grade martial tactic and cultivate them to the fundamental awareness stage. While Duan Lingtian pretended to be engrossed in the saint scroll, Guoli did not stay idle. She picked a human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic jade scroll and transferred 1,000 merit points to the old man. Then, she began to read the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic in the saint token. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Duan Lingtian was the first to wake up. He calmly placed the holy jade slip back to its original position. Soon after, Guoli woke up as well. At this moment, she had memorized all the moves in the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic to the fundamental awareness stage in her mind. As for the rest of the content, she could not see it for the time being. Due to this reason, she could only return the holy scroll first. After Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian returned the holy scrolls, they continued to walk up and soon arrived at the third floor of the Merit Pavilion. The third floor of the Merit Pavilion was where one could exchange merit points for saint weapons. What was surprising was more than 90% of the saint weapons placed on the third floor of the Merit Pavilion were human rank prominent saint weapons. All of them shone with a terrifying luster. Senior, how many merit points do I need to exchange for a human rank prominent saint weapon? Gua Li asked the old man who was patrolling the third floor of the Merit Pavilion. 2,000 merit points, the old man replied calmly. 2,000 merit points, Duan Lingtian said calmly. 2,000 merit points. Gua Li's eyes widened. So expensive. However, the old man did not answer her. Instead, he had an expression that said, If you think it's expensive, don't exchange for it. Although Gua Li thought it was expensive, she still chose a human rank prominent saint weapon in the end and exchanged for it with her merit points. At this moment, only 100 merit points were left on the crystal card in her hand. It's really back to square one. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the limit on the crystal card in Gua Li's hand. Gua Li, whose heart was bleeding, regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She asked, Duan Lingtian, what did you say about back to square one? What do you mean? Back to square one was a proverb from Hua Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Naturally, Gua Li did not know about this proverb. It means back to square one. Duan Lingtian replied. Gua Li could understand Duan Lingtian's words. Although Gua Li's heart was bleeding, she still had a smile on her face when she looked at the human rank prominent saint weapon in her hand. The human rank prominent saint weapon in her hand was also a long whip. It was similar to her previous weapon. It was because of this human rank prominent saint weapon that she decided to exchange for it. Duan Lingtian, aren't you going to exchange for it? Gua Li could not help but ask when she saw Duan Lingtian did not choose the human rank prominent saint weapon and did not even look at the human rank prominent saint weapons. Let's go to the fourth floor. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I saw a bow over there. It's a human rank prominent saint weapon. Are you sure you're not going to exchange for it? Gua Li asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What a joke. The sun-shooting bow in his hand was many times better than a human rank prominent saint weapon. There was no need for him to waste his merit points on a worse weapon. Since he did not intend to exchange for it, Duan Lingtian took the lead and left the third floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and went straight to the fourth floor. Gua Li followed closely behind him. The second floor of the Merit Points Pavilion was where one could borrow Saint grade martial tactics using merit points. The third floor was where one could exchange for Saint weapons using merit points. If he was not mistaken, the fourth floor should be where one could exchange for pills using merit points. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion was indeed where one could exchange for pills using merit points. 1-star Saint grade pill? 2-star Saint grade pill? When Duan Lingtian arrived at the fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion, he had a certain understanding of Saint grade pills. He knew that Saint grade pills were divided into 9 grades from 1 star to 9 star. 1 star was the lowest grade, while 9 star was the highest grade. The fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion provided 1-star Saint grade pills and 2-star Saint grade pills that could be exchanged with merit points. It's indeed much more powerful than a royal grade pill. After probing the 1-star Saint grade pill with his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian easily discovered that the strength of the medicinal efficacy in it was much more powerful than a royal grade pill. Naturally, there was no such thing as a royal grade pill in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The same pill was called an innate pill in the Tao Martial Saint Land. 1-star Saint grade pill requires 20 merit points to exchange for. 2-star Saint grade pill requires 100 merit points. What a sky-high price! The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself. Whether it was 1-star Saint grade pills or 2-star Saint grade pills, there were healing pills and pills that could increase one's sensitivity to the heaven and earth spirit energy for a short period of time. The former was used to heal injuries. The latter was used to assist one's cultivation. 11 2-star healing pills and 10 2-star sensory pills. Duan Lingtian looked at the other old man who was patrolling on the fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and said, when he first arrived at the fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion, he had already probed the old man with his divine eye. He knew this old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, just like the other 2 floors below. The pills that Duan Lingtian chose were 2-star Saint grade pills that cost 100 merit points each. 21 pills were exactly 2,100 merit points. Duan Lingtian transferred the remaining merit points in his crystal card to the old man's crystal card and successfully obtained the Saint grade pills that he wanted. A 2-star Saint grade pill that's 2 grades higher than a royal grade pill. I wonder how strong the medicinal efficacy is. After Duan Lingtian put away the 21 pills, he was eager to return home. Right now, he only wanted to go back and test the medicinal efficacy of a 2-star Saint grade pill. The corner of Gua Li's mouth twitched slightly when she saw how extravagant Duan Lingtian was. At the same time, she used her remaining 100 merit points to exchange for 5 1-star Saint grade pills, 3 1-star healing pills, and 2 1-star sensory pills. After exchanging everything, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li prepared to leave. Both of them departed from the fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and returned the way they came. They stopped at the staircase on the third floor of the Merit Points Pavilion. This was because they had bumped into someone they knew. Junior Sister Gua, congratulations. I can't believe you're protected by Master City Governor. The person Duan Lingtian and Gua Li met was Zhang Jian, the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters in the Latent Dragon Camp. At this moment, Zhang Jian was congratulating Gua Li with a smile on his face. However, Gua Li ignored him. Gua Li's behavior caused the smile on Zhang Jian's face to freeze completely. As the smile on Zhang Jian's face disappeared, he shifted his gaze from Gua Li to Duan Lingtian. Killing intent filled his body. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Jian indifferently. He was not afraid at all. Duan Lingtian, if you're still a man, when we return to the latent dragon camp, you'll challenge me and snatch my cottage number 5. Zhang Jian glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His true energy voice transmission that was filled with provocation entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Just from Zhang Jian's words, one could tell that he was worried. He did not know that Duan Lingtian had been taken in as a disciple by the city governor of Mount Hill City. That was the truth. Since returning to the latent dragon camp 3 days ago, Zhang Jian had not come out of his cottage. He only left the latent dragon camp today because he had to go to the Merit Pavilion. During this process, he heard that the city governor of Mount Hill City had announced that he would protect Guoli. As for the news that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, he did not know about it yet. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to challenge Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you in the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. However, there were flames of anger burning deep in his eyes. It was enough to show his current emotions. Even a person made of clay had a temper. This Zhang Jian had challenged him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover who could be bullied at will? I hope you can remember what you said now. Don't wait for me to return and find you hiding in your wooden house again. Chapter 1408. After taking a deep look at Zhang Jian, Duan Lingtian continued to walk down and left the Merit Pavilion. During this process, Guoli turned around and looked at Zhang Jian's back with pity in her eyes. Even Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, had to address Duan Lingtian as senior brother. How dare Zhang Jian provoke Duan Lingtian? She could not help but admire Zhang Jian's courage. Of course, she did not remind Zhang Jian. She did not have a good impression of Zhang Jian at all. After leaving the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Guo Li returned to the latent dragon camp. However, they were not in a hurry to return to the wooden house. Instead, they stood in front of the wooden house as if they were waiting for something. The two people's movements quickly attracted the attention of many people. What are Duan Lingtian and Guo Li doing? I don't know. They must have just returned from the Merit Pavilion. They must have exchanged many things. Shouldn't they be going back to the wooden house to count the things they exchanged? The latent dragon camp members in the dilapidated wooden house were confused. It was not until 15 minutes later, when a voice was heard from the entrance of the latent dragon camp, that they finally reacted. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts. Zhang Jian smirked when he walked into the latent dragon camp. He then leaped up to the high platform and confronted Duan Lingtian. Waves of battle intent rose from his body. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to respond to him. He only looked at him calmly. Guo Li retreated to the side and looked at the two of them calmly. I was wondering who Duan Lingtian was waiting for. It turns out that he's waiting for Zhang Jian. When did they start fighting? Many people were shocked. However, more of them were excited as they waited to watch the show. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you know soon. You're nothing in my eyes. Don't think that you can look down on all the people on the Master Immortal shedding stage just because you defeated a few people who have just broken through to the Master Immortal shedding stage. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him, Zhang Jian's face darkened completely. I don't know about the others at the Master Immortal shedding stage, but I really don't think much of you, Zhang Jian. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. Other than Guo Li, who knew that Duan Lingtian was telling the truth, the others thought that Duan Lingtian was being too arrogant. Isn't this Duan Lingtian a little too arrogant? Zhang Jian's cultivation base has long broken through to the Master Immortal shedding stage. His strength is far from what Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, who have just broken through to the Master Immortal shedding stage, can compare to. If he thinks Zheng Jian is as easy to deal with as Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, then he's gravely mistaken. I'd like to see how he'll embarrass himself later. The latent dragon camp members at the dilapidated wooden house discussed among themselves. More than 90% of them did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Zhulang, I know you're close to Duan Lingtian, but he's destined to be unlucky today since he's going up against my cousin Zheng Jian. I suggest you go back to the wooden house so that you won't be unhappy to see him injured. Hu Jia walked to the front of Zhu Lang's dilapidated wooden house and mocked him. We don't know who's going to win yet. Zhu Lang smirked. He knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. Putting everything else aside, if he and Gua Li had not held Duan Lingtian back during the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City 3 days ago, he would have definitely ranked first. Due to this reason, he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. He believed that Zheng Jian was no match for Duan Lingtian. What? Don't tell me you think Duan Lingtian can defeat my cousin Zheng Jian? Hu Jia smiled. It was a mocking smile. I don't know about the other Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouses, but I really don't take you seriously, Zheng Jian. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian's words kept echoing in Zheng Jian's ears. His body began to tremble violently due to his extreme rage. His eyes turned crimson red, and he was filled with rage. He was on the verge of collapsing. Finally, his rage reached its peak, and he completely broke down. Duan Lingtian, I'll show everyone how I, the person you don't take seriously, will throw you into the manure pit. Zheng Jian roared in rage. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile leopard as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. The air seemed to have been sucked out wherever he passed. The onlookers held their breaths as they stared at the scene before them. However, what happened in the next moment left them all dumbfounded. Goodness, what did they just see? Bang! A loud noise came from the high platform, accompanied by a painful groan. In the next moment, everyone saw Zheng Jian fly out like an arrow from a bow, all the way out of the high platform in just a single exchange of blows. A moment later, Zheng Jian flew above the manure pit uncontrollably. Seeing that he was about to fly over the manure pit and land on the dilapidated wooden house, a purple figure appeared next to Zheng Jian out of thin air. Bang! Another loud noise came. Apart from Gua Li, the crowd could not see what happened at all. Zheng Jian's body suddenly fell. As the purple figure disappeared, Zheng Jian's body landed heavily in the manure pit. Yellow and white matter splashed everywhere. All of a sudden, the latent dragon camp members who were near the manure pit retreated. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Did Zheng Jian pass out just like Ho Lin did last time? After waiting for a while, many people had a strange expression on their faces when they saw Zheng Jian lying in the manure pit without making any sound. Even more people were looking at the purple figure on the high platform in shock. Duan Lingtian's ability is so powerful. Could it be that he has broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, and his ability is comparable to a powerhouse on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage? The news that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage when he defeated Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong had spread throughout the latent dragon camp. All of the latent dragon camp members knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat opponents whose level was higher than his. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian sent Zheng Jian flying with just one blow and knocked him out with a second attack, they thought Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and possessed an ability that was not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. After all, Zheng Jian was different from Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong. His cultivation base had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage a long time ago. Among the people present, there were only 3 people who were not surprised by this outcome. They were Gua Li, Zhu Lang, and the Heavenly Harm Guardian who was standing on top of the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian is really unreasonable. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head. However, Zhang Jian was asking for trouble. Of all people, he had to provoke this malefic cousin brother Zhang Jian. Hu Jie snapped back to his senses and cried out with a terrible expression. He then flew out and scooped Zhang Jian out of the manure pit. Uft! As soon as Hu Jie placed Zhang Jian on the ground, he began to move. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of yellow and white matter that landed on Hu Jie's face. Blurg! Hu Jie was so disgusted that he immediately vomited all over Zhang Jian's face. Zhang Jian had just regained his senses. When he realized he had fallen into the manure pit, he did not know where to vent his anger. Now that Hu Jie had spat on his face, his expression changed drastically. He slapped his palm out of reflex and sent Hu Jie flying with a loud bang. Boom! Hu Jie flew far away and crashed hard on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and he stopped breathing completely. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought Hu Jie was innocent, a figure appeared next to him out of thin air. After checking Hu Jie's breath, his expression changed drastically. Lord, Heavenly Harm Guardian, this is... Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. Zhang Jian, you killed Hu Jie. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said coldly as he looked at Zhang Jian with a grave expression. Hu Jie is dead. At this moment, Zhang Jian finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically when he heard the Heavenly Harm Guardian's words. The reason his expression changed was not because Hu Jie was his distant cousin. It was because of the Latent Dragon Camp's rules. The Latent Dragon Camp had a rule that members of the Latent Dragon Camp were not allowed to kill or cripple each other. Otherwise, they would be punished. Those who killed would be severely punished and would be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's estate. Before the others could react, the Heavenly Harm Guardian grabbed Hu Jie's body and flew toward Zhang Jian. He extended his other hand and grabbed Zhang Jian like an eagle catching a chick. Zhang Jian killed Hu Jie, who's also a member of the Latent Dragon Camp. This is a heinous crime. Send him to the punishment camp immediately. The Heavenly Harm Guardian left with Hu Jie's body and Zhang Jian. After a while, the people in the Latent Dragon Camp finally regained their senses. Hu Jie, he's dead? Hu Jie seems to be Zhang Jian's distant cousin. Zhang Jian is really ruthless to be able to kill him. I think he didn't even realize it at that time. Hu Jie's ability is far weaker than him. How could Hu Jie withstand his palm strike? The group of Latent Dragon Camp members discussed among themselves. They all knew that Zhang Jian was going to be out of luck this time. There's a rule in the Latent Dragon Camp. Anyone who kills another member of the Latent Dragon Camp will be severely punished and expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's mansion. Do you think Zhang Jian will really be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's mansion? I think so. I don't think so. No matter what, Zhang Jian is one of the 13 gangsters. His talent and ability are extraordinary. I don't think he'll be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's estate just like that. If Zhang Jian isn't expelled, won't the Latent Dragon Camp's rules be just for show? Who's going to obey them in the future? The Latent Dragon Camp members were divided into two groups and began to argue. At that moment, not many people paid attention to Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that to happen. You brought this upon yourself. Gua Li snorted. Upon hearing Gua Li's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched unconsciously. Chapter 1409. Zhang Jian was taken away by the Heavenly Harm Guardian to the punishment camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, he did not come back. Things were changing in the Latent Dragon Camp. Li Han, the first person among the 13 gangsters whom Duan Lingtian defeated when he first arrived at the Latent Dragon Camp, had successfully broken through to the Master Immortal shedding stage. He wanted to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. However, when he heard that Zhang Jian was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he completely dismissed the thought. However, he still managed to become one of the 13 gangsters with his own strength. The ranking of the 13 gangsters changed as well. Apart from the top 4 who remained unchanged, Duan Lingtian replaced Zhang Jian, who was originally ranked 5th, and moved into Wooden House number 5. Zhang Jilong moved into Wooden House number 6. Gua Li moved into Wooden House number 7. The owner of Wooden House number 8 was Ho Lin, while the owner of Wooden House number 9 was Li Han. As for the owner of Wooden House number 10, it changed a few times within a month. It was only confirmed when another latent dragon camp member broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At the same time, the news that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City began to spread. So, Duan Lingtian has become Master City Governor's disciple. To be able to become Master City Governor's disciple after Xiong, Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, this means that Duan Lingtian's ability has even surpassed Sun Ge, who's ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters. If he knew Duan Lingtian had become Master City Governor's disciple, I'm afraid Jing Jian wouldn't have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian even if he was given 10 guts. Life is unpredictable. Perhaps even Zhang Jian himself didn't expect that he would be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate for killing his distant cousin. I heard Zhang Jian was barely alive when he was expelled from the city governor's estate. The punishment camp's method is too cruel. I think he's lucky that he's still alive. The run-down wooden huts in the latent dragon camp were always lively. Because Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jian in one move, Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong's fear of Duan Lingtian deepened. Now that they heard that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city lord, they completely dispelled any thoughts of making an enemy out of Duan Lingtian, especially Ho Lin. Although Duan Lingtian had once thrown him into a septic tank and humiliated him, facing the current Duan Lingtian, he did not have the slightest desire for revenge. A month had passed since Zhang Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion. On this day, the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, left Wooden House number 1. As for what he was going to do, everyone knew. An hour later, Ling Yun returned. Even though his expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with excitement. It seems like Ling Yun passed the test that teacher set for him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the joy in Ling Yun's eyes as he walked out of the pavilion on the side of the high platform. He had entered the pavilion to collect his holy stones. Now that he was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, he could collect 900 8th grade holy stones every month. Duan Lingtian, although you're older than me and you're the disciple of Master First, if you want me to call you senior brother, you'll have to defeat me first. When Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Yun was also looking at him and communicating with him using his true qi through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly and returned to Wooden House number 5 directly. After returning to the Wooden House, he took out the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and entered it directly with his mind. He then went to the 2nd floor. After going to the 2nd floor, he continued to cultivate. There was a layer of silver luster on his body as if he was wearing a silver suit. As the upgraded version of the copper shirt, it's been very smooth for me to cultivate the silver shirt. Now, I've cultivated it to the competent stage. Duan Lingtian had a satisfied smile on his face. A month had passed outside, and 3 months had passed in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had successfully cultivated the silver shirt to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint grade martial tactic. The power of the silver shirt that had been cultivated to the advanced stage was equivalent to the copper shirt that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable level. I can feel that now, once I perform the silver shirt, the power of my body will be much stronger. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, in another month, I'll have been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year. Duan Lingtian sighed as he thought to this point. Of course, the half a year he was talking about was the time in the outside world. The time in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was much longer than the outside world. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He put away the silver shirt and left the second floor of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He arrived at the first floor of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hualao. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao, who was sitting cross-legged, and greeted him. What's the matter? Hualao opened his eyes and asked, Hualao, I want to ask you, does my growth ring grow with the passage of time in the outside world or in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda? Duan Lingtian had thought of this earlier. If his growth ring grew with the passage of time in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he would be 36 years old now. If it grew with the passage of time in the outside world, he would still be 35 years old. When he first met Lin Qingrong and Guoli, he seemed to have just turned 35 years old. Your growth ring grows with the passage of time in the outside world. The passage of time in the outside world is normal. You can think of it that way. The extra time in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is equivalent to stealing, so it won't affect your growth ring. Hualao said, Stealing? Hualao, you mean? When I was in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, my growth ring didn't change. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to suppress his agitated emotions. Yes. Hualao nodded. Since you came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, your growth ring has only grown for half a month. This half a month is the time you spent in the outside world for the past half a year. I've been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year. In the past half a year, other than the last time I went out for 10 days, I only spent 5 days in the outside world. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered, If that's the case, won't my growth ring grow very slowly? That's right. Hualao nodded. Your growth ring grows with the passage of time in the outside world. When you were in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, your growth ring didn't change. Based on the fact that you've only spent 15 days in the outside world in the past half a year, 12 years have passed in the outside world, and your growth ring has only grown by 1 ring, which means your age has only increased by 1 year. Hualao continued. Boom! Hualao's words were like a clap of thunder. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world in the past half a year, 12 years, and his growth ring had only grown by 1 ring? Isn't this too much? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a blank expression on his face. Based on this calculation, my growth ring has only grown by 5 rings after 60 years in the outside world. At that time, I'll only be 40 years old? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he thought of this. In fact, in the Tao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young people. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world in the past half a year, he would only be considered as a young person after 60 years? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized how extraordinary the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was indeed a top celestial supreme treasure. It could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth and steal the cycle of time. In the past half a year, I've consumed 10 2-star sensory pills to increase my sensitivity to the heaven and earth spirit energy. My cultivation has improved tremendously. My egg-sized chi is almost full now. Although I don't have any 2-star sensory pills now, I'll be able to fill my chi in a month's time with the help of the 32 saint veins in my body to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, to cultivate. Duan Lingtian continued to mutter to himself. The next breakthrough would be to break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Once he broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, his Qi would transform again and become bigger. At that time, the transformed and enlarged Qi would be able to store more true energy. Not only that, after his Qi metamorphosed and expanded, he would also open more Saint Meridians and open more Saint Meridians. The increase of Saint Veins would affect the speed of the true energy in his body, directly affecting his strength. With the true energy in my Qi, I'm confident I can defeat any martial or Tao cultivator at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, even if I don't use the silver shirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, he was only a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Once I break through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, even if I've just broken through, I'm confident I can defeat most martial and Tao cultivators at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage with the help of the silver shirt. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate 9 dragons, War Sovereign Technique, 9 dragons form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and saint stones were continuously absorbed into his body. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body, it was transported by the 9 dragons and turned into true energy that merged with his Qi. With this cycle, the true energy in his Qi continued to increase. Soon, a month had passed in the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. At this moment, the Qi in between Duan Lingtian's brows was finally filled to the brim with true energy. My true energy is now full. Now I can try to open up a bigger Qi. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Then he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Chapter 1410. Boom! Along with his Qi expanding to the limit like a balloon before exploding, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness. However, when he regained his senses, a look of joy appeared on his face. My Qi, it's so big now. Duan Lingtian noticed that his Qi had changed, completely changed, and became extremely exaggerated. Previously, his Qi was only the size of an egg. Now his Qi was as big as a basketball on Earth in his previous life. The true energy that had exploded his egg-sized Qi only occupied a corner of his basketball-sized Qi. It did not seem worth mentioning at all. However, Duan Lingtian knew he had taken another step forward. He had broken through half of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The remaining half was to open up Saint Veins. I opened up 15 Saint Veins when I was on the early Mortal Shedding stage. I opened up another 17 Saint Veins when I was on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. By right, I should be able to open up at least 18 Saint Veins now that I've broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Let's hope there's an accident. The so-called accident referred to the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to open more than 18 Saint Veins. It was similar to when he opened up more than 16 Saint Veins when he was on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had experienced it twice in the past, it was smooth sailing for him to open his Saint Veins again. However, it would still take him some time. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian, who had opened up more Saint Veins, stopped when he felt he could no longer open up more Saint Veins. How many Saint Veins have I opened up? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the mood to check the number of Saint Veins he had opened up in his body. This, after counting the number of Saint Veins he had opened up, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently due to excitement. I didn't count wrongly, right? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian excitedly observed the extra Saint Veins that he had opened after breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. After counting back and forth a few times, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed it. He did not count wrongly. 20. He actually opened up 20 more Saint Veins. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Initially, he had thought he would only be able to open up 19 saint veins at most. Who knew he would be able to open up 20 more saint veins than he had expected? In addition to the original 32 saint veins, I now have a total of 52 saint veins. In fact, an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse who could open more than 50 saint veins in their body was considered to have the talent to break through to the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he had already opened 52 saint veins. In the future, even if there's no accident, I'll be able to open up at least 21 saint veins when I'm at the perfection mortal shedding stage and 22 saint veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to feel excited again. In other words, even if there's no accident in the future, I'll be able to open up at least 94 saint veins. I still remember. Hua Lao said that even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, only opened up 93 saint veins in the ancient myths on Earth in my past life. I can open up more saint veins than him? Duan Lingtian gasped. Although he had opened up more saint veins, it did not mean he could win against those who had opened up fewer saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian was still elated to be able to surpass Sun Wukong in this aspect. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more excited. He could not help but feel excited. Currently, he had only broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, but the number of saint veins in his body was more than many martial and Tao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Right now, he only needed a blink of an eye to circulate the true energy in his sea of qi to the surface of his body. With just a thought, his true energy appeared instantly. Silver shirt. With just a thought, the true energy in Duan Lingtian's sea of qi instantly flowed through the 52 saint veins and spread throughout his body. It was as though he was wearing a shiny silver shirt. In the next second, he casually threw a punch. His true energy shot out like a gigantic dragon and crashed into the wall in the distance, creating a series of loud noises. During this process, the air seemed to have been sucked out of the places where the gigantic dragon passed. What a powerful strength! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. With my current strength, even if I don't use the strange pupil, there shouldn't be many martial and Tao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage who's a match for me. I'm not afraid, even if I have to face Su Qi. Su Qi was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His cultivation base was at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. More than a month ago, he defeated Ling Yin, the leader of the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters, in 3 moves. One could see how powerful his strength was. After breaking through his cultivation base, Duan Lingtian cultivated for another half a month. Apart from consolidating his cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage, he also accumulated some true energy in his basketball-sized sea of qi. There's still 10 days left in the outside world. It's time to collect the Saint Stones again. 10 days outside is equivalent to a month in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. It's just right for me to cultivate my martial arts techniques. In the following month, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the techniques in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He mainly cultivated the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, and the movement technique, Body and Arrow Synchronization. Aerolite Strike was Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack technique at the moment. Body and Arrow Synchronization was also the technique that maximized his speed. I've finally broken through. A month later, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He was pleasantly surprised. Heaven rewarded those who persevered. With Duan Lingtian's perseverance, he had finally cultivated the offensive technique Aerolite Strike in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow is a human, rank, prominent Saint Grade Martial Tactic. The power of the offensive technique aerolite strike recorded in it far surpasses the offensive techniques in the human rank primitive and human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactics. According to my calculations, the aerolite strike that has been cultivated to the third stage, the competent stage, is comparable to the offensive techniques in the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactics that have been cultivated to the fifth stage, the impeccable stage. In Mound Hill City, apart from teacher, I'm afraid not many people have access to human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactics. Therefore, even Su Chi must not have cultivated a human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Unless Su Chi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Otherwise, I'm confident I can defeat him. The breakthrough of the offensive technique, aerolite strike, in the colossal aerolite arrow gave Duan Lingtian great confidence. Now, apart from those saint beasts and savage beasts at the perfection mortal shedding stage who have powerful bodies, human martial and Tao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage should be no match for me. Duan Lingtian's confidence grew as he muttered to himself. It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the body and arrow synchronization. Otherwise, my ability would have been elevated to another level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As the saying went, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. I'll go collect the Saint Stone. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and walked out of the wooden house in high spirits. He headed to the pavilion at the side of the high platform to collect the Saint Stone. After receiving the Saint Stone from the Heavenly Harm Guardian, Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude and turned to leave the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian seems to be a little different compared to a month ago. I can't put my finger on it, though. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head as he watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. That's right. I almost forgot. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Harm Guardian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes gleamed as he sent a true energy voice transmission out of the pavilion and into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Lord City Governor has ordered that you can cultivate by his side after you come out of closed-door cultivation. Right now, Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao are also cultivating by Lord City Governor's side. The Heavenly Harm Guardian reminded him. Cultivating by teacher's side? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He turned around and looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian in the pavilion. He asked through true energy voice transmission, you mean, I can enter and leave the latent dragon camp at will? Yes, the Heavenly Harm Guardian nodded. Half a month ago, Lord City Governor ordered that you, Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao can enter and leave the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate at will. I didn't expect that having a teacher would bring me such benefits. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and left the latent dragon camp to look for his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had a huge independent mansion in the city governor's estate. The front and back courtyards were as big as the soccer fields on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Of course, it was a regular giant soccer field. Teacher, Duan Lingtian bowed when he saw the city governor of Mound Hill City again. When they heard how Duan Lingtian addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City, the expressions of the 3 people standing behind the city governor changed slightly. One must know that when they acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as their teacher, they would address him as master. Although master and teacher had the same meaning in general, there was a huge difference when it was broken down into details. Usually, only registered disciples would address the city governor as teacher. However, as far as they knew, Duan Lingtian's treatment in the city governor's estate was no different from theirs. It did not seem like he was just a registered disciple. Yes, when the city governor of Mound Hill City responded with a smile, Duan Lingtian also noticed the three people standing behind him. They were Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao, who were ranked first, second, and third among the 13 gangsters. I'm discussing martial arts with them. You're here, just in time to listen. The city governor of Mound Hill City said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chapter 1411. Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the Saint grade martial tactic when he listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City's discussion. In fact, he had learned about the Saint grade martial tactic through the Saint token in the past. The things he learned were rigid and were not as vivid as the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation. No wonder there's a Saint token in the Tao martial Saint land, and so many people want to have a master. They want to have a master, not only to have a backer, but also to improve their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the latent dragon camp. Instead, he stayed in the mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City did not lack anything. Moreover, the cultivation environment was even better than the latent dragon camp. According to Jin Yuan Bao, he did not want to return to the latent dragon camp after staying here for a few days. Today, the four of you will decide who's the strongest in front of me. In the Tao martial Saint land, the strong are respected. All of you will be ranked according to your strength. Based on your ranking, you'll be ranked according to your ranking. The city governor of Mound Hill City said to Duan Lingtian and the other three. Among the four of them, apart from Jin Yuan Bao, who addressed Duan Lingtian and Ling Yin as senior brothers, the other three had never addressed each other as senior brothers. None of them addressed themselves as junior brothers as well. The city governor of Mound Hill City noticed this and planned to let Duan Lingtian and the other three determine their junior brothers today. Master, let me go first. If Xiong, who can defeat me, I'm willing to be your little junior brother. Jin Yuan Bao took the initiative to volunteer. All right. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. Then he stood aside with Duan Lingtian and Ling Yin as they watched Jin Yuan Bao and Xiong, who were confronting each other. They were on the verge of a fight. Jin Yuan Bao, you're still the same as before. You don't give in to me at all. Xiong, who was not surprised that Jin Yuan Bao wanted to challenge him. Instead, he looked at Jin Yuan Bao solemnly, ready to deal with him at any time. Although his ranking among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters was higher than Jin Yuan Bao's, his strength was not much stronger than Jin Yuan Bao. Every time, the outcome would only be decided after 100 moves. After breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Lingtian discovered problem. Even if he did not activate the strange pupil, he could still clearly see the movements of Jin Yuan Bao and Xiong when they were fighting. It seems like my body has become stronger after breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. My organs have also become different from ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivators. Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Duan Lingtian could not think of a second explanation. Jin Yuan Bao and Xiong, who fought back and forth, and it was extremely intense. Facing two people who were evenly matched, in the end, Duan Lingtian felt a little drowsy as he watched. After 100 moves, Jin Yuan Bao fell into a disadvantageous position. Only then did Duan Lingtian regain his senses. After another 30 moves, Xiong, who defeated Jin Yuan Bao in one strike. Another 130 moves. Jin Yuan Bao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. 2 more moves than last time. Xiong, who smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Jin, shouldn't you call me senior brother now? Senior brother Xiong. Although Jin Yuan Bao was a little unwilling, he did not act shamelessly. He called Xiong, whose senior brother, obediently and stood aside. Whether it was Duan Lingtian Ling Yin or the city governor of Mound Hill City, none of them were surprised by this outcome. After consuming a 2-star healing pill that the city governor of Mound Hill City threw to him, Xionghu quickly recovered to his peak condition. His eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm no match for Ling Yin. If you win, I'll respectfully call you senior brother. If I win, Xionghu looked at Duan Lingtian. However, before he could finish, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. If you win, I'll also respectfully call you senior brother. Good. That's straightforward. Xionghu grinned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Let's go. Under the gaze of the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yin, and Jin Yuan Bao, Duan Lingtian strode out. A moment later, he stood in front of Xionghu, without moving an inch. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Xionghu with a hint of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Xionghu's ability was at most slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for Xionghu to be a match for Duan Lingtian, whom he was ashamed of being inferior to. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Xionghu being defeated by Duan Lingtian after a few moves. However, what happened next was out of his expectations. Not only was it out of his expectations, but it was also out of the city governor of Mount Hill City and Ling Yin's expectations. Under the gaze of the three of them, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving for a long time. In the end, Xionghu made the first move. Although Xionghu was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, he did not dare to be careless when facing Duan Lingtian, whom even Jin Yuan Bao was ashamed of being inferior to. Once he made the first move, he gave it his all without holding back. However, even though he gave it his all, he was still sent flying by Duan Lingtian, who suddenly disappeared from his sight. The moment before he was sent flying, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him, just inches away from him. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's fist landed on his body. When this fist descended, it caused his body to tremble. He felt as though Duan Lingtian's fist was like a sledgehammer that descended on his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble and his entire body to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. After cloud riding, Xionghu fell to the ground pathetically. It was a clean defeat. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Xionghu's heavy breathing could be heard clearly. Amazing! After Jin Yuan Bao regained his senses, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Senior brother Duan is indeed a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. I'm afraid his ability is on par with an ordinary martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although Jin Yuan Bao looked calm on the surface, waves of shock had already surged in his heart. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he thought Duan Lingtian would only be able to defeat Xionghu after a few moves. Who knew Xionghu would be defeated in just one move? This gave him a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's ability. At the same time, his heart was filled with an inexplicable shock. Is he really just an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Jin Yuan Bao secretly gasped when he thought of this. Disbelief was written all over his face. Ling Yin looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. He clearly saw how Duan Lingtian attacked earlier. At that moment, he even felt that Duan Lingtian's speed was not much slower than his. Although he knew Duan Lingtian could defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage with his Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage cultivation base, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's ability to be so powerful. Even Xionghu, who was at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, was no match for him. And Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? The city governor of Mount Hill City used his spiritual secret tactic to probe Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. He could not help but inwardly gasp. It was as though thousands of horses were galloping in his heart, and he could not stop for a long time. How long had it been? And Duan Lingtian had broken through again. After a while, the city governor of Mount Hill City finally calmed down after a few heavy breaths. However, although he was shocked, he did not say anything. As the city governor of Mount Hill City, He naturally knew what to say and what not to say. He did not doubt it at all. Once the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time spread out, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. If that happened, it would not be a good thing for Duan Lingtian. This was because everyone, including himself, would think, since Duan Lingtian was able to break through 2 cultivation levels consecutively in such a short period of time, it was highly likely that there was a huge secret hidden in his body. Naturally, there could be other reasons as well. However, others would not think so. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. That was the rule of a greedy person. Therefore, in order to protect Duan Lingtian, he remained silent even though he was extremely shocked. As long as he remained silent, Ling Yun and the other 2 would not know that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal shedding stage again. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A freakishly terrifying intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. When he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he could already defeat most of the mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. Now that he has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, even Ling Yin might not be a match for him. The city governor of Mound Hill City thought to himself. At the same time, he was delighted. He felt like he had found a treasure. Senior brother Duan Xiong, who slowly stood up after consuming a healing pill. When he regained his breath, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart, this purple-clad young man who had defeated him and sent him flying in just one blow. "Are you all right?" Since the other party had addressed him as senior brother, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After confirming that Xiong Hu was fine, he shifted his gaze to Ling Yin. "You're very powerful." Ling Yin stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. "Before today, I've never thought that one day I'd feel fear in front of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage." "You're not weak either," Duan Lingtian responded calmly. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the city governor of Mound Hill City's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears through true energy voice transmission. "Don't expose your cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage so easily." Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the city governor of Mound Hill City knew about his breakthrough. This was because when he defeated Xiong Hu, he noticed that the city governor of Mound Hill City's spiritual energy swept toward him. Once again, he felt like he was completely seen through. At that time, he knew that the city governor of Mound Hill City had doubts about his cultivation base and had cast the spiritual secret tactic on him to pry into his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the city governor of Mound Hill City's tone. Chapter 1412. It seems like this teacher is quite concerned about me. He reminded me because he doesn't want too many people to know about my breakthrough. After all, it hasn't been long since I broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If the news of me breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage spreads, it'll inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of my breakthrough is too ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could understand the good intentions of the city governor of Mound Hill City. At that moment, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Previously, he had addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher out of courtesy, but now he really regarded the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to this world, the city governor of Mound Hill City was the second person he truly respected as his teacher. The first person was Sima Chongfeng from Cloud Continent. Sima Chongfeng was the dean of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Before Duan Lingtian left the overseas Saint Islands, he was brought to the Lingtian sect by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had always respected Sima Chongfeng as his teacher. This did not change even though his current ability was millions of times more powerful than Sima Chongfeng. It was not because Sima Changfeng had taught him anything. On the contrary, Sima Changfeng had almost never taught him anything. The reason he respected Sima Changfeng was because Sima Changfeng had helped him many times back then. He would never forget that kindness for the rest of his life. At that moment, although the city governor of Mound Hill City's position in Duan Lingtian's heart could not be compared to Sima Changfeng's, it was still extremely important. Duan Lingtian, you're a worthy opponent. Ling Yin stared at Duan Lingtian as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Ling Yin stared at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, if it's an ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, I won't even bother to use my sword. Even most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators aren't qualified for me to use my sword. However, I have no choice but to use my sword to fight you. However, I'll let you make the first move as a favor to an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you. When Ling Yin said this, he couldn't help but blush. With his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it would be unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, even if he did not make the first move. Therefore, even he felt a little embarrassed. But he had no choice. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage, he wouldn't even put them in his eyes. However, this Duan Lingtian in front of him had defeated Xiong, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters. His strength was so strong that he deserved to be cautious. Are you sure you want me to attack first? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Yun calmly. Yes. Ling Yun nodded. What a joke! It was already unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage with his perfection mortal shedding stage cultivation base. If he were to make the first move, where would he put his face? You will regret this, Duan Lingtian said as he looked deeply at Ling Yin. I, Ling Yin, have never regretted anything, Ling Yin said with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly, causing Ling Yin's hair to stand on end. Then, under the gaze of the 4 people, including Ling Yin, a layer of silver light appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was glowing as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Silver shirt. Seeing the faint silver light on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, the city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. He recognized the defensive technique that Duan Lingtian was using. No matter what, the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic, silver shirt, was a saint grade martial tactic that was kept in the merit pavilion of the city governor's mansion. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he naturally knew about it. After performing silver shirt, Duan Lingtian raised his left hand and the sun-shooting bow appeared. Then, true energy spurted out of his right hand and formed an arrow. He placed it on the sun-shooting bow. As the bowstring made of the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was pulled back a little, Duan Lingtian immediately let go. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a solidified arrow ray shot out like a meteor sweeping across the sky. Then Duan Lingtian shot out and stood firmly on the arrow ray. He stepped on the arrow ray and shot out. Wherever he passed, the air was sucked dry and the sound of air exploding was heard. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao could not catch a glimpse of it at all. So fast! The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and his ability was on par with a perfection mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's arrow to be so fast. Even an arrow shot by a martial cultivator at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage might not be that fast, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City's heart skipped a beat. So fast! As the person involved, Ling Yun regretted it the moment Duan Lingtian shot the arrow. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Just when he was about to dodge to the side and reach for the hilt of the long sword that was sheathed on his back, he noticed the silhouette that was originally far away had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. Bang! Ling Yun did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. He followed in Xionghu's footsteps. However, unlike Xionghu, who fell to the ground in a wretched manner, Ling Yun stood firmly on his feet. His body swayed, his face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Lingtian again as though he had just seen a ghost. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's ability might be on par with an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's ability to be so powerful. He did not even have the chance to dodge or draw his sword when he made the first move. Is he really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? At this moment, Ling Yin was deeply skeptical. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage 3 months ago, and it was the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who detected his cultivation base using the spiritual secret tactic, he dismissed his doubts. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a breakthrough in 3 months. Ling Yin was very sure of this. What a joke! To break through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 months. Even the top genius in the Dao martial saint land would not be able to do that. Even if he had the best cultivation resources and environment, it was impossible for him to break through in such a short time. Good. The city governor of Mound Hill City stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. His cheeks were trembling from excitement. Although he had guessed Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat Ling Yin when he discovered Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat Ling Yin in just 1 move. Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed Su Qi's strength in the past. Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had made the first move and defeated Ling Yin before Ling Yin could even react. He defeated senior brother Ling Yin in just 1 move. Doesn't that mean Duan Lingtian is even more powerful than senior brother Su Qi? Jin Yuan Bao sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, "That's right. Even senior brother Su Qi needed 3 moves before he could defeat senior brother Ling Yin." Xionghu nodded. Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao were completely convinced of Su Qi's strength. As expected, my strength has already surpassed someone at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage when I unleash my full strength with the silver shirt and my physical strength. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made the first move, he had used almost all his strength to defeat Ling Yin in just a blink of an eye. With my current strength, I might be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Of course, it'll be difficult to win. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The paramount mortal shedding stage was far from what the perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. If it was Su Qi in the past, he would indeed not be a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Su Qi has already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage half a month ago. The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled when he heard Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu's mumbling. Ling Yin, Xionghu, and Jin Yuan Bao were stunned by what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. Senior brother Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? He's not even 40 years old, and he's already at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Oh my God, what kind of innate talent is that? With such innate talent, he'll be a genius even if he enters the Moon Illumination sect. He'll be valued by the Moon Illumination sect's senior officials, and they'll train him. There was envy in Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao's eyes as they whispered to each other. Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was surprised as well. Like him, Su Chi was a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. As a martial cultivator from the mortal continent, even though he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Su Chi's strength was not something an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage native from the Tao martial Saint Land could compare to. Duan Lingtian asked himself if he had any confidence in defeating Su Chi, who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Speaking of the Moon Illumination Sect, the Moon Illumination Sect will open its doors to recruit disciples in 6 months. At that time, the 18 cities, including our Mound Hill city, will bring their most outstanding disciples there. The city governor of Mound Hill City said, "Among the 4 of you, Duan Lingtian and Lingyin will definitely pass the Moon Illumination Sect's test and enter the sect. Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, it's not impossible for both of you to improve in the next 6 months." The Moon Illumination Sect was a powerful sect that ruled the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. It was a 7th-rated force that controlled a 7th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Even the city governor of Mound Hill City was a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. In order to amaze the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment in 6 months, Su Chi has been in closed-door cultivation recently. He's preparing to cultivate the 3 human rank, mediocre saint, grade, martial tactic techniques to the impeccable stage. Chapter 1413. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. He wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human rank, mediocre saint, grade, martial tactic to the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the Saint grade martial tactic. It was also the highest stage. Su Chi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves to the highest stage at the same time. The 3 of them did not even need to think to know that the 3 moves were an offensive move, a movement move, and a defensive move. However, they did not expect Su Chi to be so ambitious. Duan Lingtian was the only one who was not surprised. Of course, this was also because he had cultivated the human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Moreover, the human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic that he had cultivated was not an ordinary human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. This was because there was a defensive move in the human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated that was comparable to the defensive move in the earth rank saint grade martial tactic. The earth rank saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, as long as Duan Lingtian successfully cultivated that defensive technique before he broke through to the saint stage, even if he only mobilized his true energy and did not use his brute strength, no martial or Tao cultivator at the same level would be able to break through his defense. One could imagine how powerful a move that was comparable to an earth rank saint grade martial tactic was. Any of the moves in the colossal aerolite arrow would be comparable to a human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic move that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement stage, if one cultivated it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage. This was the difference between a human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic and a human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all when he heard Su Chi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. I can't believe the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect will be held in half a year. Duan Lingtian had long heard about the Moon Illumination Sect from Guoli and the relationship between the Moon Illumination Sect and the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. For this reason, he was only surprised that the Moon Illumination Sect would hold the entrance examination in half a year's time. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent isn't inferior to Su Chi's. Work hard. I believe you'll definitely achieve great things in the Moon Illumination Sect in the future. The city governor of Mound Hill City communicated with Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Lingtian. "Teacher, I will do my best." Duan Lingtian nodded. When he addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, he was much more sincere than before. "Yes." The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with a smile. He had high hopes for Duan Lingtian and was not worried about him. "Teacher, I want to leave the city, Lord's mansion, for a while." In the evening, Duan Lingtian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City when he was about to return to his room to rest. The city governor of Mound Hill City agreed and did not ask any further questions. Duan Lingtian left the mansion and walked out of the city governor's mansion under the glow of the setting sun. He was holding a small jade token in his hand. It was given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City earlier. After Duan Lingtian left the mansion, the city governor of Mound Hill City called out to the three of them. "The three of you mustn't spread the news about the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today. Do you understand?" The city governor of Mound Hill City said sternly to the three of them. As the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now that there was still half a year before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect would be held, he did not dare to be careless. Naturally, he was not worried that someone from Mound Hill City would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. What a joke! He was the city governor of Mound Hill City. If something happened to his disciple in Mound Hill City, he would find a piece of tofu to kill himself with. What he was worried about was the other 17 cities finding out that apart from Su Qi, he had another genius like Duan Lingtian. The competition between the 18 cities that the Moon Illumination sect controlled was intense. If the other 17 cities found out about Duan Lingtian's existence, they might do something secretly. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. He had to be careful. Yes. Although they did not know about the concerns of the city governor of Mound Hill City, the three of them obeyed the words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. They agreed without any hesitation. "Go back and rest." The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded in satisfaction. After the three of them returned to their respective rooms, the city governor of Mound Hill City smirked. "I can't believe that after Su Qi, I'll meet a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian again." A peerless genius. That was his evaluation of Duan Lingtian in his heart. In fact, even Su Qi did not make him give such an evaluation. It was obvious that in his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate talent was above Su Qi's. At least that was the case for now. At the entrance of the city governor's estate, after Duan Lingtian showed the jade token in his hand, the few guards at the entrance bowed at him respectfully. They only straightened their backs when he walked out of the city governor's estate's entrance. The jade token was given to Duan Lingtian by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Mound Hill Order. He's Master City Governor's favorite disciple, Su Qi. One of the guards muttered to himself as he watched Duan Lingtian's departing silhouette. Seeing the Mound Hill Order was equivalent to seeing the city governor. There were only 2 Mound Hill Orders in the entire city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was said that one of them was in the city governor's hands, while the other one was given to his favorite disciple, Su Qi. "I've seen Su Qi in person. He's not Su Qi." Another guard shook his head. "He's Duan Lingtian, one of the 4 new disciples that Master City Governor has taken in. However, although he's not weak, he should be weaker than Ling Yin, the leader of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Why would Master City Governor give such a precious Mound Hill order to him instead of Ling Yin? I can't figure it out." One of the guards recognized Duan Lingtian. His brows were tightly knitted together as he kept shaking his head. "It's said that he's from the mortal continent. Young Master Su Qi seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Perhaps Master City Governor takes special care of genius martial cultivators from the mortal continent." One of the guards speculated. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that the jade token in his hand had caused such a huge commotion. Although he had received the jade token from the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know what it meant. This was because the city governor of Mound Hill City had only told him that he could enter and leave the city governor's estate anytime he wanted with the jade token. The city governor did not say anything else. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the house of Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards, and saw the little girl, Sure. "Brother, brother!" When the little girl saw Duan Lingtian, she immediately pounced on him excitedly. Her little face was flushed, and she looked very cute. Sure, did you miss me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the little girl dotingly. "Yes." The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sure missed you a lot. I even dreamed of you yesterday." "Really?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "What did you dream of me doing?" "I dreamed of you, flying in the sky with Sure. We flew so high, even higher than when Brother Hong Yu took me." The little girl raised her hand and gestured as she spoke. "Brother Hong Yu took you flying?" Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Sure, you weren't naughty, were you?" "No, Sure is very obedient. You can ask sister-in-law if you don't believe me." As the little girl spoke, she looked at the beautiful woman next to her. She was Hong Yu's wife. Yes, Sure is very obedient. Hong Yu's disciple looked at the little girl dotingly and played along with her words. "Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Sure during this time." Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Yu's wife and smiled. Then he took out a spatial ring and passed it to Hong Yu's wife. "Sister-in-law, this is," however, Hong Yu's wife did not take it. "There are 1,000 8th grade saint stones in here. You and Brother Hong can use them." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Hong Yu's wife was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even though Hong Yu was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade saint stones. He would have to save up 1,000 8th grade saint stones for 2 years. "Brother Lingtian, take it back. Take it back." Hong Yu's wife rejected Duan Lingtian's offer when she regained her senses. "Sister-in-law, just take it." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Brother Lingtian, since you're brothers with my husband, you're not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal. If I accept your origin stones, my husband will be unhappy." Hong Yu's wife continued to reject Duan Lingtian's offer. She would rather die than accept his saint stones. "If you really want to give it to him, just give it to him yourself." Hong Yu's wife could only say this when she saw Duan Lingtian was still insisting. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew this was the only way out. After asking the little girl, Sure, to play with Hong Yu's son, Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Yu's wife and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, has Brother Hong found anything about Sure's background?" "No." Hong Yu's wife shook her head. "He investigated according to what you said. In the end, he confirmed that the person who abducted Sure was an outsider. He only stayed in Mound Hill City for a day and never appeared again." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard this. Although he knew it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find out the little girl's background, he could not help but feel disappointed when he found out that there was really no other way. In an inconspicuous inn in Mound Hill City, on the second floor of the inn, there were 3 people gathered in a guest room in the corner: a young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the old man sat at the table and stared at the young man standing before them. "Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, that Duan Lingtian has left the city governor's estate." The young man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he told the 2 people before him excitedly. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this young man was none other than Zhang Jian, whom he had defeated and had fallen into the manure pit. He was the person who ranked fifth among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Chapter 1414. That night, when Hongyu returned home and saw Duan Lingtian, he was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Lingtian, we brothers haven't seen each other in a while. I heard that you've become the city governor's disciple. As your brother, congratulations. Tonight, we brothers won't go home until we're drunk." Hong Yu's face was full of smiles as he pulled Duan Lingtian to drink until they were drunk. Of course, it was Hong Yu who was drunk, although Duan Lingtian did not use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body. His current physique was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. It was difficult for him to get drunk. The next day, Duan Lingtian handed over the 1,000 8th grade saint stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was sober. However, Hong Yu's face darkened. "Brother Lingtian, what do you mean by this?" "Brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and sister-in-law for taking care of Shirshir all this time. Treat these saint stones as Shirshir's living expenses," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Brother Lingtian, who do you think I am? Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I naturally treat Shirshir as my sister. Quickly take back the saint stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." Hong Yu's face darkened. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied. "Brother Hong, please calm down. I said the wrong thing." Duan Lingtian did not expect Hong Yu to have such a big reaction. He smiled awkwardly. "How about this? I'll leave these 1,000 8th grade saint stones as my 2 nephews and Shirshir's cultivation expenses. Brother Hong, your monthly salary is not much. After deducting your and sister-in-law's cultivation expenses and daily expenses, as a beast tamer, you still have to use a large amount of saint stones to tame ferocious beasts." Duan Lingtian said with a serious face, "Brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but it's time for the children to lay down their foundation. They can't slack off." Hong Yu fell silent after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. That was right. It wouldn't be long before his 2 children could start cultivating as well. If he had an endless supply of holy stones, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky. He wouldn't be like back then, when he didn't have any holy stones to cultivate and could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade saint stones. If he wasn't a beast tamer, perhaps it would be enough for his family. However, he was a beast tamer. Every month, he had to pay a high price for the food he gave the ferocious beasts. "Big Brother Hong, keep it. You and I are brothers. Why do you need to be so calculative? Moreover, you know that I'm not only one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp, but I've also become the governor's disciple. I don't lack saint stones at all." Seeing Hong Yu's silence, Duan Lingtian knew that Hong Yu's heart was wavering, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. When Hong Yu heard this, he was silent for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lingtian, as your elder brother, I won't refuse you. However, this is the only time. There won't be a next time." As he spoke, Hong Yu's face stiffened. All right. Naturally, Duan Lingtian agreed. It was fine as long as Hong Yu was willing to accept it. At most, he would give the saint stones to Shirshir next time so that she could give them to his 2 little nephews. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu began to talk about Shirshir's background. "Brother Lingtian, if we can't find out about Shirshir's background, just let her stay at my place. Both my wife and I like her very much. Moreover, my 2 little brats can't leave her now," Hong Yu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right," Duan Lingtian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best choice. The little girl, Shirshir, could not always follow him. If she stayed at Hong Yu's place, she would have a home to return to. In the future, when she grew up and got married, she could have a complete life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, but she would also have to go through many dangers. After all, his goal was to become a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land, who knew how many dangers awaited him along the way. It was impossible for him to let Shi take the risk with him. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere and stayed at Hong Yu's place. During the day, he would accompany the little girl, Shi, and at night, he would cultivate in his room. I'll have to leave Mound Hill City and head to the Moon Illumination Sect in 6 months. Once I go to the Moon Illumination Sect, I don't know when I'll be back. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to spend more time with the little girl, Shi. This night, Duan Lingtian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had turned into a speck of dust and was lying quietly on the bed. I've succeeded. Although Duan Lingtian only cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at night for the past 6 days since he arrived at Hong Yu's place, he had cultivated there for a total of 9 days. In these 9 days, he finally cultivated the body and arrow synchronization in the Saint, Grade, Martial Tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the Competent stage. The Competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint, Grade Martial Tactic. It was comparable to the 5th stage of the Human, Rank, Mediocre Saint, Grade Martial Tactic, the Impeccable stage. Now that my speed has caught up, I'm confident I can kill a native of the Tao Martial Saint Land who has just broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as his eyes shone brightly. Boom, 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 boom. Just when Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence, the entire 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he was blasted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After being blasted out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort spread all over his body, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. What do you mean? There was no need for him to think about it. He knew something must have affected the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not have blasted him out. Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, he's Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically and killing intent flashed in his eyes, a deep voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked over, he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Jian. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. It was Zhang Jian, who was thrown into the septic tank by him and was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion for accidentally killing Hu Jie. The person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters was a mastery mortal, shedding stage, martial cultivator. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also saw the other 2 people. One was a middle-aged man, while the other was an old man. Both of them were obviously Zhang Jian's helpers. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye right away. With just a glance, he saw through their cultivation base. One was on perfection mortal shedding stage, while the other was on perfection mortal shedding stage. Perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems to be unstable. Did he just break through to perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that, if he had just broken through to perfection mortal shedding stage, he would still be able to fight him. Duan Lingtian, you caused me to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined my future. You must die today. Zhang Jian stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were suffused with scarlet red, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to forcefully swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Looking at the rising anger in his eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian had killed his father and snatched his wife away from him. I caused you to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined your future. After confirming the other two people's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian calmed down. When he heard Zhang Jian's words, he smirked. It seems like you were the one who killed your distant cousin. That's why you were expelled from the latent dragon camp, right? How can you blame this on me? What a joke! Duan Lingtian smirked as he looked at Zhang Jian mockingly. If you didn't, I wouldn't have failed. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth even more when he recalled what happened in the past. However, he was too ashamed to tell Duan Lingtian about what had happened to him because it was too embarrassing. If I didn't throw you into the septic tank, you wouldn't have failed? However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of cooperating with Zhang Jian when he wanted to gloss over it. Septic tank? Both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Zhang Jian in unison. Although they were from New South Town's Zhang clan, they knew Zhang Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City because of this purple-clad young man. However, they had never heard Zhang Jian mention anything about a septic tank. Zhang Jian had been thrown into a septic tank before? Just the thought of it made them feel disgusted, as though they had swallowed a fly. They could not help but sympathize with Zhang Jian when they looked at him. Naturally, it was an instinctive reaction. Why don't you think about it? If you didn't provoke me time and time again, and even made me challenge you, would you have been thrown into the septic tank by me? Would you have accidentally killed Hu Jie? Duan Lingtian continued smirking when Zhang Jian was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, kill him! Kill him! Zhang Jian roared with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Chang, he caused the #1 person among the younger generation of our New South Town's Zheng clan to be expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. His sin is unforgivable. If you kill him, it can be considered as venting for the family, the old man said calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with his cold eyes. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not plan to kill Jing Jian. Perhaps, in his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was not worth his time. Yes, Elder Lin. The middle-aged man, Zhang Chang, nodded and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Boy, repent on your way to hell. Not everyone can afford to offend our New South Town's Zheng clan. I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will annihilate your Zheng clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Chang, Zheng Lin, and Zhang Jian with a piercing gaze. Duan Lingtian, as long as you die here, who'll know our Zheng clan killed you. Aren't you powerful? I'd like to see how many moves you can take from Uncle Chang, a powerhouse on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Chapter 14:15. Does that mean the Zheng clan is looking for death? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression had not changed since the beginning. Even when he found out that the person who wanted to kill him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he was still calm. Zhang Lin's heart sank when he saw that. For a moment, he even thought that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. That was why Duan Lingtian dared to do that. However, he quickly denied that thought. According to Zhang Jian, there was no one following Duan Lingtian since he left the city governor's estate. Moreover, they had been observing him for a few days before they made a move. They only decided to make a move after confirming that there was no one secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. After all, if news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City spread out, it would bring disaster to the Zheng clan of New South Town. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force. It would be a piece of cake for them to destroy a 9th-rated force, like the Zheng clan, unless there's a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse hiding in the air to protect him. That's why we won't notice him. However, that's impossible. Zhang Lin was relieved when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, even in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was impossible for the city governor of Mound Hill City to send a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to protect him secretly. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. No matter how calm you pretend to be today, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death. Zhang Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your fate has been sealed. You'll definitely die. This won't change even if you become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with jealousy when he reached the end of his sentence. He was jealous that Duan Lingtian could become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, not only did he fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, but he was also expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He wanted Duan Lingtian dead. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart and balance his mind. So what if he's the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? Aren't you still going to die in the hands of my New South Town's Zhang family? Zhang Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes revealed slight disdain. Despise me? Seeing Zhang Jian's gaze, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Zhang Jian, you're just a loser. How dare you look at me like that? Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already pounced toward Zhang Jian before Zheng Chang could even react. Zhang Jian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would attack him, and his face immediately changed. You are courting death! Zheng Chang shouted coldly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, by the time he arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zheng Chang would be able to make it in time. He would definitely be able to stop Duan Lingtian in time. Due to this, Zheng Lin, a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not plan to make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from afar. Is he really only an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? His speed is not inferior to most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. However, he's still too inexperienced to kill someone in front of Zheng Chang. Zhang Lin sneered in his heart as he watched coldly from the sidelines. When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zheng Chang had indeed made it. He cut the queue and landed between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jian, blocking the Duan Lingtian. Uncle Chang, kill him! Zhang Jian, who was drenched in cold sweat, roared hysterically. Idiot! Seeing Zheng Chang appearing in front of Zhang Jian, Duan Lingtian smirked. It was a smirk of a scheme succeeding. Zheng Chang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smirk. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Just when he was about to suppress the ominous feeling, he noticed Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of him, had taken out an old bow with a raise of his hand. Sound of death, accompanied by a loud and unpleasant clang. A solidified true energy light blade that seemed to have transformed into a death god scythe swept across the sky and cut off Zheng Chang's head. Zhang Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the other half of his body. His consciousness gradually faded. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to make a move. However, all of this was not over yet. After the true energy light blade that was like a death god scythe cut off Zheng Chang's head, it continued to sweep across the sky and cut off Zhang Jian's head as well, causing him to follow in Zheng Chang's footsteps. In just one move, 2 people were killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Zheng Lin did not even have time to react. In Zheng Lin's field of vision, Zheng Chang had just appeared in front of Duan Lingtian when his head was severed from his body in just a blink of an eye. Zhang Jian's fate was the same as his. At this moment, he also realized that Duan Lingtian had been concealing his strength earlier. He had purposely unleashed his speed to make him lower his guard. "You're seeking death, brat," Zhang Lin shouted when he regained his senses. His robe fluttered, and his long hair fluttered like pythons, even though there was no wind. At the same time, a powerful aura exuded from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a mountain as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. "You've just broken through not too long ago, and your foundation is still unstable at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just nice for me to practice." In the face of Zheng Lin, who was charging toward him like a madman, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. At the same time, the 52 saint veins in his body guided the true energy in his qi si to cover his entire body as he cast the silver shirt. At that moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have put on a silver shirt as his aura changed. In the face of Zheng Lin, who was charging toward him menacingly with a punch, Duan Lingtian did not plan to take advantage of him. Just in time, Duan Lingtian charged forward excitedly and threw out a punch. It was as though it had transformed into a cannonball that was surrounded by true energy as it collided with Zheng Lin's fist violently. This punch contained all of Duan Lingtian's strength without any reservation. After casting the silver shirt, his physical strength had become even more terrifying. The true energy that was transported by the 52 saint veins had completely erupted at this moment. A punch against a punch. Before their fists collided, an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air like thunder. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's fist finally collided with Zheng Lin's fist. "Do you think you can fight me just because you killed Jing Chang? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The moment their fists collided, a disdainful smile appeared on Zheng Lin's face. However, the smile on Zheng Lin's face soon froze. As the two fists collided, a loud sound rang out in the air. A vast wave of air swept out, shaking the various furnishings in the room into powder. Even the doors and windows were blown open. "Brother Lingtian." Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Hong Yu. Hong Yu rushed over at the first moment. When he arrived, he saw Duan Lingtian confronting an old man. Compared to Duan Lingtian's pale face, the old man was in an even worse state as he spat out blood. "No. Impossible. Impossible." Zhang Lin raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not use a saint weapon, and neither did his opponent. However, it was under such circumstances that his preemptive and aggressive punch was still blocked by the other party. Not only that, after he was severely injured, he realized his opponent was only slightly injured. He could not accept this. Was Duan Lingtian not a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Was his ability not on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Why did he not only kill Jing Chang, who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but also suppress him? Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. He did not expect that he could defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage with his full strength. Although his opponent had clearly broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, a paramount mortal shedding stage was still a paramount mortal shedding stage. His ability was not something a peak perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. "Don't be too smug. I didn't use a saint weapon earlier." Zheng Lin, who had recovered slightly from his injuries after consuming a healing pill, raised his hand and took out a full moon scimitar. As soon as the scimitar was in his hand, his entire aura changed. He exuded a sharp aura from head to toe. "You didn't use a saint weapon? Don't tell me I'm going to use it?" Duan Lingtian sneered and raised the sun, shooting bow in his hand. A person who was defeated by him without using a saint weapon. How could he defeat him with a saint weapon? Did he really think the sun shooting bow in his hand was useless? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the sun shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand, Zheng Lin's expression was extremely grave. He recalled that his opponent had not used a saint weapon earlier as well. At this moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. Duan Lingtian, you're fine now, and 2 people from my new south town's Zheng clan have died. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones and mind our own business from now on? After realizing that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, Zheng Lin's expression changed abruptly as he gave in. Let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was bright and sarcastic. Do you think that's possible? If my ability was slightly weaker today, would you be willing to let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Bang! In the blink of an eye, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Zheng Lin would stomp on the ground and use the force to fly out. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to him when he had not made a breakthrough in his previous technique. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Zheng Lin had already flown out of the window. His figure was about to disappear into the night. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to shoot an arrow. He was prepared to cast his movement technique, body, and arrow synchronization to chase after Zheng Lin. He was confident he could catch up to Zheng Lin with his body and arrow synchronization after he had made a breakthrough. However, when an afterimage appeared in his left eye's field of vision and flew into the room, his attention was diverted. When the person revealed himself, Duan Lingtian finally saw that it was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. Chapter 14:16. Who are you? Zheng Lin, who was being held in the middle-aged man's hand, was scared out of his wits. He did not manage to run far before he was captured by this person without any ability to fight back. This person's strength was far stronger than his. He was at least at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the middle-aged man ignored him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave him to you. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he tossed Zheng Lin toward Duan Lingtian. Zheng Lin was freed from the restraints after being tossed out by the middle-aged man. He wanted to use the same trick to escape again. However, could he escape? Whoosh! As an unpleasant sound reverberated in the air, a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zheng Lin's neck effortlessly, cutting his head off. The paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, was now dead without any chance of turning the tables. Zheng Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall, leaving a glaring trail of blood along the way. He stood by the wall with his eyes wide open. There was only horror in his eyes. Gasp! Hongyu, who had rushed over, gasped when he saw this. At the same time, he also noticed the other 2 severed bodies. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Hong, you looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled at Hongyu. He then looked at the middle-aged man who was smiling at him. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I know who you are? No wonder Lord City Governor values you so much. You're indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man smiled. Why your teacher's man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then a thought flashed in his mind as he asked curiously, Senior, are you one of Teacher's 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian did not activate his divine eye in front of the middle-aged man. This was because he felt like he was facing his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, they were both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled. I'm ranked 2nd among the 36 personal guards under the city lord. Heavenly Dipper guards. Duan Lingtian gasped. He didn't expect that he'd really guessed correctly. This person really was one of the 36 personal guards under his teacher's command, and he was the 2nd-ranked Heavenly Strength Guard. Of the 36 Big Dipper stars, Big Dipper was ranked 1st, and Big Dipper was ranked 2nd. I've already sent a message to the city lord about what happened here. No one from the Zheng family of New South Town can escape. The Heavenly Strength Guard said indifferently, as if he was talking about something unimportant. As far as he was concerned, annihilating the Zheng clan couldn't be any easier. He only needed to make a move, and he would be able to topple the entire Zheng clan and make it so that the Zheng clan would never be able to rise again. To be able to force a paramount mortal shedding stage, marshal, cultivator to flee. I'm afraid even Lord City Governor doesn't know you have this ability, right? The Heavenly Strength Guard sized up Duan Lingtian with great interest. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, he had already heard about Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he did not think much of him, but he had no choice but to take him seriously in the end. A few days ago, when Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, the city lord had personally ordered him to protect Duan Lingtian secretly. At that moment, he finally realized how important Duan Lingtian was to the city, Lord City Governor. From the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Strength Guard who was hiding in the air to protect Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Initially, he thought he would have to make a move. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill 2 people from the Zheng clan on his own and force a paramount mortal, shedding stage martial cultivator from the Zheng clan to flee. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to catch up with Zhenglin. The reason he made a move was because he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian face to face. This young genius who would take the initiative to join the Moon Illumination sect in half a year's time was even more dazzling than Su Qi. As paramount mortal shedding stage. Upon hearing the Heavenly Strength Guard's words, Hongyu, who was stunned by the Heavenly Strength Guard's identity, could not help but exclaim out loud. His gaze then landed on Zhenglin's head. This is a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage? Hongyu's heart was filled with shock. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, disbelief was written all over his face. He's just a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. His foundation is not stable yet. If it weren't for that, I might not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Naturally, Hongyu and the Heavenly Strength Guard saw his words as humble. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Strength Guard. I'm Hongyu, the city guard's captain. At that moment, Hongyu suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed at the Heavenly Strength Guard. You're Hongyu from the city guard? I've heard of you. You're really not bad. After secretly protecting Duan Lingtian for a few days, the Heavenly Strength Guard also knew that Duan Lingtian and Hongyu were close. Therefore, he was very polite to Hongyu. He knew that Duan Lingtian was destined to leave Mound Hill City. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to the Master City Governor. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's friend. Whoosh! As the Heavenly Strength Guard waved his hand, the 3 bodies on the ground were put away by him. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Hongyu before he left. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and Hong, you were the only ones left in the room that was filled with blood, and the doors and windows were destroyed. Hong, you looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was a rare genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Even a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage was no match for him. Big Brother Hong, I'll have to trouble you to clean up here. Duan Lingtian glanced at the room and said a little awkwardly, It's all right. I'll bring you to another guest room first. As for this place, I'll get the servant to clean it up later. Hong, you returned to his senses and shook his head. Subsequently, he helped Duan Lingtian to another guest room. His feelings were very complicated from the beginning until the end. What did Hongyu do to deserve such a brother? At that moment, a ridiculous thought rose in his mind. Should I go to his family's ancestral grave to see if there's smoke coming out of it? Otherwise, how could he, Hongyu, have such a great opportunity. What happened tonight was just a small episode to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Zheng family of New South Town intended to kill him. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they did not, it would mean that they would be annihilated. Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. This was the law of the world where the strong ruled. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest survived. Since he was a rat, he should stay in his rat's nest obediently. If he tried to pull the whiskers of a cat, he was destined to die. In the middle of the night, two figures appeared in the sky above the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City. After leaving the city governor's mansion, they flew all the way. Half an hour later, they stood still in the sky above a vast town, New South Town. As the two figures descended from the sky, a huge mansion at the foot of the town stirred up a storm of blood. The Zheng family of New South Town was annihilated, just like that. Before dawn, everyone in New South Town had woken up from their sleep. More than half of New South Town was filled with the thick smell of blood. Oh my God! Who did the Zheng family offend? Their entire family was annihilated overnight. The people of New South Town gasped when they found out that no one from the Zheng family was left alive. After staying in Hong Yu's house for a few more days, Duan Lingtian left and returned to the city governor's mansion directly. After returning to the city governor's mansion, he did not return to the mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City stayed. Instead, he returned to the latent dragon camp to inform Guoli. He planned to stay at the city governor's place to cultivate for a period of time until the day of the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the latent dragon camp, he heard someone calling out to him, "Zhu Lang." The person who called out to him was Zhu Lang. "Ha! Duan Lingtian, have you heard? The Zheng family of New South Town has been annihilated. How delightful!" Zhu Lang was beaming. He seemed to be in a good mood. New South Town's Zheng family? Zheng Jian's family? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he knew what was going on, he could not help but feel shocked. His teacher's actions were too fast, right? Duan Lingtian had no idea. His teacher was enraged when he found out that the Zheng family of New South Town wanted to kill him. He immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and a Saint Rudiment revered elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the Zheng family. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, how could he swallow his anger when he was provoked by someone from a ninth-rate clan in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian, with your innate talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder when we'll meet again after you leave. Gua Li could not help but sigh when she was called out by Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian would not be staying in the latent dragon camp for the next 6 months. She had entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she still had to stay in this 8th-rate force. I'll come back to visit you and my teacher when I'm free. Moreover, you might be able to enter the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. This time, he also had the intention of saying goodbye to Guoli. After all, it would be a rush if he left in half a year. He did not know if Gua Li would be in closed-door cultivation at that time. Therefore, it was better to bid farewell in advance. Even today, Duan Lingtian only wanted to try his luck. If Gua Li was in closed-door cultivation, he could only look for her next time. After all, he was not here to challenge Guoli. If he was here to challenge Guoli, naturally it did not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not. Gua Li's gaze was extremely complicated as she watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. She muttered to herself, "Guoli, a man like him is not someone you're worthy of." It was apparent that Gua Li had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian, whom she had only known for a few months. However, this feeling was hidden by her. She could tell that Duan Lingtian only treated her as a good friend and did not have any other intentions. If she rashly broke the ice, they might not be able to be friends in the future. Chapter 1417. In the following days, apart from occasionally listening to the city governor of Mound Hill City talk about martial Tao, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time cultivating in his room. Of course, he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate and did not waste any time. It was worth mentioning that Su Chi had also moved into the courtyard of the city governor of Mound Hill City. As soon as Su Chi entered, Xiong, who wanted to stir up trouble, he wanted the Duan Lingtian and Su Chi to fight to see who would be the eldest senior brother. However, his plan was ruined by the intervention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Among all of you, Su Chi is the oldest, and he was the first to follow me. Theoretically speaking, he's the eldest senior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City did this because he was worried that Su Chi would not be able to recover after being defeated by Duan Lingtian. Su Chi had been with him for many years. Naturally, he knew Su Chi's character. He was unruly and unruly. Among his peers, he had an unimaginable sense of superiority. Sometimes, standing high might not be a good thing, because once he fell down, he would be smashed to pieces. The reason he was worried Su Chi would be defeated by Duan Lingtian was because he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zheng clan. However, although the city governor of Mound Hill City had concealed his intentions, Su Chi still managed to catch some clues. Duan Lingtian. When Su Chi found out that his master had the intention of stopping him from competing with Duan Lingtian and even discussed it with the Duan Lingtian in private, his pride was greatly provoked. Therefore, he went straight to Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Su Chi, what's the matter?" Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, only to find Su Chi standing there with a gloomy face. He couldn't help but look puzzled. "I don't remember offending Su Chi, right? Duan Lingtian, I know Master looked for you and told you not to spar with me. So I want to challenge you today and prove that I'm worthy of my title as the eldest senior brother," Su Chi said with a gloomy expression. When he first met the Duan Lingtian, he did not think much of the Duan Lingtian. It was not until recently that he found out Duan Lingtian had defeated Lingyun in just one blow. Moreover, his master thought he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian, even though he had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He couldn't stand it. His opponent was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, while he was a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Su Chi was unaware that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to accept it. "Senior brother Su Chi, is there a misunderstanding? Teacher didn't say anything to me. I admit that I'm not as good as you," Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile. Naturally, he would not tell them that the city governor of Mound Hill City had looked for him. Although he did not have much contact with Su Chi, he could tell that Su Chi was a proud and arrogant person who might not be able to withstand the blow of being defeated by him. After all, he was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, in Su Chi's eyes. "No matter what, you and I must fight today." Su Chi's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, it even alerted the city governor of Mound Hill City, Lingyun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuanbao. "Duan Lingtian, you'll fight him. He'll have to face what he has to face." The city governor of Mound Hill City sighed and transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Remember, don't show any mercy." He knew very well, if Duan Lingtian showed mercy and Su Chi saw through his weakness, he would definitely have a heart demon even if he won. Although inner demons were illusory, they were real. Once the heart demon was formed, it would be difficult for Su Chi to break through to the saint rudiment stage, let alone the saint stage. "Yes, teacher." Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had spoken, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to know how powerful Su Chi was. Although he could defeat the paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from New Southtown's Zheng clan, that was because he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and was a native of the Dao martial Saint Land. However, he could see Su Qi's cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage through his divine eye. Although it had not completely stabilized, it was still stronger than Zhenglin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. His foundation was solid. Since they were going to fight, naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show any mercy. Even if the city governor of Mound Hill City did not say anything, he would still go all out. Xiong, who was the most excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi. Senior brother Su Qi and senior brother Duan Lingtian are finally going to fight. This is going to be a fierce battle. It'll definitely be exciting. Although Ling Yun and Jin Yuan Bao did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they stood at the side. Let's begin. Standing at the side of the spacious front yard, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the two people who were facing each other and said, "At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, who were standing in the middle of the field, made their moves almost at the same time. Both of them were like two cheetahs as they shot out like lightning and collided head-on. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air when Duan Lingtian's fist collided with Su Qi's fist. A thunderous explosion rang in the air. A rolling airwave swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was only because the gravity in the Dao martial Saint Land was strong and the space was stable. Otherwise, the collision between the two of them was enough to set off a vast shock wave. If this shock wave was placed on Cloud Continent, it would have swept out at least a few hundred meters away. Even so, the shock wave that swept out still caused the flowers and trees in the front yard to sway and flutter, as expected of a genius, martial, cultivator from the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch, had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Su Qi, who only took 5 steps back. The punch earlier was the full force of his silver shirt. He did not hold back at all. In just a blink of an eye, his 52 saint veins had activated his true energy and his brute strength. However, even then he was still at a disadvantage when he faced Su Qi, who did not use any saint-grade martial tactic. Although it wasn't obvious, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and that was that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had to admit that Su Qi was indeed not simple as a disciple whom the city governor of Mound Hill City had put in all his effort to cultivate. At the very least, he was not on the same level as the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zhen clan. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Qi's ability, but Su Qi was even more shocked. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? How can a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage be so powerful? If I hadn't broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. Su Qi was so emotional that he could not calm down for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Under the premise that both of them did not use any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactic, his punch that he did not hold back only managed to gain a slight advantage. One must know he was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the person standing in front of him was only a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, I heard you have a bow that's as powerful as a human rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out. Use the saint-grade martial tactic. Let's fight with all our might. A narrow saber suddenly appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was the saint weapon that he always carried around with him. As the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was only natural that he would not be shabby. His saint weapon, the narrow saber, was also a human rank prominent saint weapon. Light swirled around it like a bright moon. Of course, Duan Lingtian also took out his sun shooting bow immediately. With the sun shooting bow in hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed completely. He was like a ferocious tiger that bared its fangs. Come on. Su Qi's eyes narrowed. The narrow saber pierced through the air. Layers of blue waves seemed to appear in the air as it passed by, pushing and blasting toward Duan Lingtian. The saber seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. If this saber is a move from a human, rank, mediocre saint, grade, martial tactic, then it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could see the extraordinariness of Su Qi's saber move. It was simple and clean. It seemed to be able to destroy the void. A move from a human, rank, mediocre saint grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement, was so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Although the aerolite strike had only been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, as a move from a human, rank, prominent saint grade martial tactic, not only was it more difficult to cultivate, but it was also more powerful. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with Su Qi's preemptive saber move, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He shot an arrow through the air. It was as though he was riding a bird as he soared rapidly in the air. Whoosh! 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 However, Su Qi was not someone to be trifled with. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who had dodged his attack, he quickly chased after him. The saber ray that shone from the saber in his hand even split into 3. It was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. Each saber contained an extremely sharp aura. Just as Su Qi smirked, thinking that he could suppress Duan Lingtian with these 3 saber moves, he noticed that Duan Lingtian had suddenly come to a halt. He was staring blankly at the sky in the distance. "What are you doing?" Su Qi's expression changed drastically. His expression was extremely grave as he withdrew his saber force. Was Duan Lingtian trying to lose to him on purpose? This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Su Qi. This was because he could see a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a terrifying speed through the strange pupil. "He's coming with ill intentions." Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He could smell danger. The second person who noticed that something was amiss was the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, by the time he reacted, the figure had already appeared above the city governor's mansion and arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. Trespassing on the city governor's mansion is a capital offense. At this moment, 2 figures rose into the sky from both sides of the mansion. They charged toward the intruders like 2 bolts of lightning. "Be careful!" The city governor of Mound Hill City had a drastic change of expression. In the next moment, the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others changed as well. Chapter 1418. They're dead. Duan Lingtian gasped when he saw the 2 bodies on the ground. One of them was no stranger to him. He was the leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian. He was also one of the few St. Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mound Hill City. The other person was an old man. Although he did not know him, he knew he was a St. Rudiment stage powerhouse. The fact that he could fly in Mound Hill City was enough to prove his cultivation base. However, these 2 St. Rudiment stage powerhouses were instantly killed by this newcomer in just a single blow. When Duan Lingtian looked at the newcomer again, his eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, he also saw the newcomer clearly. It was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. However, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at them condescendingly. Gasp! 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 Su Qi, Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao regained their senses and gasped. When they looked at the white-robed young man again, they were filled with dread as well. The 2 St. Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City were not even a match for this person. Just how strong was this person's strength? They did not even see any trace of his attack earlier. It was as though a powerful force had appeared out of thin air and suppressed and killed the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Naturally, they knew that things were not that simple. He must have made a move. However, since their cultivation base was too low, they could not see any trace of his attack. Zhou Qi. At this moment, a thunderous roar snapped Duan Lingtian and the other four back to their senses. Then they saw it. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a ferocious look on his face as he stomped on the ground and flew up with a bang. The ground where he was standing earlier had cracks that looked like a spider web. The cracks even extended to the feet of Duan Lingtian and the other three. Before they regained their senses, they realized the city governor of Mound Hill City was already fighting with Zhou Qi. However, the speed of their attacks was so fast that they could not see their movements at all. Even when Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages crossing each other. What's that? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that when his teacher and Zhou Qi were fighting with their saint weapons, true Qi had spread out above Zhou Qi's head and turned into a huge hammer. This was a giant hammer that was completely condensed from true energy. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering why the other party had the mind to spare a portion of his Jinqi to do this, the giant hammer came crashing down on his teacher. At that moment, the sky shook. Accompanied by a dull thud, the city governor of Mound Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky in a wretched state. Teacher! Master! Immediately, Duan Lingtian and the other four moved to catch the falling city governor of Mound Hill City. One could see that the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground, making a soft sound. True energy condensed weapon. You broke through to the Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhou Qi with fear in his eyes. Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned Duan Lingtian and the other four. This white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually a powerful person at the Saint Realm Mastery stage? Feng Hui, you're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. It seems like you'll only be like this for the rest of your life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mound Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and blatant disdain. You! Zhou Qi had severely injured the city governor of Mound Hill City and even humiliated him. This caused Duan Lingtian and the other four to turn pale. Although they knew the other party was powerful, they could not bear it. The city governor of Mound Hill City was their respected teacher and master. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other four were about to attack, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, stopped them anxiously. You're no match for him. Feng Hui, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid that I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to show off your prowess? If that's the case, you can leave now. You've achieved your goal. Feng Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart as he said in a deep voice, in terms of seniority, I should call you junior uncle. However, based on the difference between our cultivation bases, I think you'll be embarrassed if I call you junior uncle. The smile on Zhou Qi's face grew wider as he insulted Feng Hui to his heart's content. Junior uncle? Duan Lingtian and the other four were stunned when they heard Zhou Qi's words. Why, are you surprised? Zhou Qi smiled when he saw the expression on Duan Lingtian and the other four's faces. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is much more useless. He's already so old, but he's still an outer court deacon who's sent to manage this small Mound Hill city. Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. My good junior uncle, if I remember correctly, you were at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage when I first met you 10 years ago, and I was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Now, I've broken through to the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, but you're still at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The contempt in Zhou Qi's eyes grew as he spoke. "Are you here to humiliate me?" Feng Hui asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Qi with a piercing gaze. There was an extremely cold gleam in his eyes. If it was not for the fact that he was severely injured and had lost the ability to fight, Feng Hui would have attacked again. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored his gaze and said indifferently, "I heard that martial Uncle Feng Hui has a disciple who came from the mortal continent. He's quite impressive. I think his name is Su Qi. May I know who he is?" Zhou Qi asked curiously as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other four. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Lingtian and the other four could not help but look at Su Qi. This Zhou Qi, who came with ill intentions, was actually looking for Su Qi? What was going on? "Humph!" Su Qi snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him immediately. "You're Su Qi? Not bad, you're good-looking. No wonder Master likes you so much." When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, he nodded in satisfaction. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. Based on Zhou Qi's words, it seemed like he was here to poach him? "Zhou Qi, what do you mean by that?" Feng Hui asked with a grave expression. However, Zhou Qi ignored Feng Hui directly and looked at Su Qi with a smile. "Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination Sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, intends to take you in as his direct disciple so that you can enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll be able to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and cultivation resources. Moon Illumination Sect, inner court disciple." The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, it was no different from a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other four. They would be heading to the Moon Illumination Sect to participate in the entrance assessment in 5 months. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the other four knew a little about the Moon Illumination Sect's rules. Those who had just passed the entrance assessment and entered the Moon Illumination Sect were only outer court disciples of the sect. To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect, one must pass a certain test. It was said that one must have a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at the very least. Naturally, there were exceptions. It was said that some young geniuses who were chosen by the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials could directly enter the inner court and become inner court disciples regardless of their cultivation base as long as they were recommended by the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials. Naturally, it had to be the Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials who had real power. For example, an outer court deacon like Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, who was sent out. Although he was considered a high-ranking official in the Moon Illumination Sect to a certain extent, he did not have any status in the sect, let alone real power. In the Moon Illumination Sect, his status was even lower than many of the inner court disciples. However, Zhou Qi had just said that his master, Elder Lu Huan, intended to take Su Qi in as his direct disciple. Moreover, he would allow Su Qi to enter the inner court of the Moon Illumination Sect directly. Duan Lingtian, Lingyun, Xionghu, and Jin Yuanbao immediately looked at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what he would choose. Would he betray the sect and join another sect? Or would he reject the offer? However, if he rejected the offer, it would not end well for him. Based on the fact that Zhou Qi had killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses as soon as he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, it was easy to tell that Zhou Qi was not a kind person. "Did that scoundrel, Lu Huan, send you here?" Feng Hui asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were wide open as his body began to tremble violently. He was so angry that he was on the verge of breaking down. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. It was Zhou Qi who had struck at lightning speed and slapped Feng Hui. leaving a clear palm print on half of Fong Hui's face. "Master!" Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the sun, shooting bow in his hand. True energy shot out of his right hand and consolidated into an arrow. He wanted to attack Zhou Qi with the aerolite strike. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about whether he was a match for Zhou Qi or not. He had long regarded Fong Hui as his master. As his disciple, he could not just stand by and watch his master being humiliated. Humph! However, as soon as he knocked the arrow on the bowstring and before he could pull the string, a cold snort resonated in his ears. The sound contained a terrifying sound wave that caused his body to tremble. Before Duan Lingtian could even react, he felt a huge force attack him, and it fiercely slapped his body, blasting him away. Barf! Duan Lingtian felt something sweet in his throat when he fell heavily on the ground. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard 3 people spitting out blood beside him. He noticed that Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao were sent flying with him. They were holding saint weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to avenge Fong Hui just like him. How dare 4 little ants act so presumptuously in front of me, Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi did not seem to have done anything. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 3 in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with his nose in the air. Oh no! Chapter 1419. How shabby! I'm afraid such a lousy bow isn't even a human, rank, primitive saint weapon. It seems like Fong Hui doesn't think highly of you. Zhou Qi sneered as he looked at the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Zhou Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain as he sneered. He did not bother with Duan Lingtian and the other 2 anymore. He turned around and looked at Su Qi. Su Qi, what do you think? Duan Lingtian sighed in relief inwardly. At that moment, he thought Zhou Qi had seen how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow in his hand was, and wanted to snatch it away. At that moment, his heart also hung in the air. It was only now that he felt relieved. It was a close call. A Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator is actually so powerful, I feel like a child in front of him. I don't even have the strength to fight back. Even if I activate my strange pupil, I'm still no match for him. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Zhou Qi was definitely the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. However, Duan Lingtian quickly shifted his gaze to Su Qi. Apart from him, even Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, and Fong Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, were looking at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what choice he would make. Su Qi, a wise man, submits to circumstances. I believe you're a smart man. Zhou Qi seemed to have noticed Su Qi's hesitation, so he continued to say, moreover, water flows to the lower places while people walk to the higher places. This is the truth, no matter where you go. You're destined to have no future if you follow Fong Hui. Fong Hui's cultivation base is even lower than mine, let alone my master, Elder Lu Huan. My master, Elder Lu Huan, is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He's only half a step away from the saint stage. Zhou Qi finished his sentence in one breath. Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Qi's master to be at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. An elder with such strength must have a high position even in the Moon Illumination sect. Although the Moon Illumination sect was a 7th-rate force, there were only a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Zhou Qi's master, Lu Huan, could be considered to be in the 2nd echelon of the Moon Illumination sect. The first echelon was none other than the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. I agree. Su Qi finally made up his mind. Good. From now on, I'll call you junior brother Su Chi. Zhou Qi immediately laughed out loud when he heard Su Chi's reply. His laughter was filled with joy. Junior brother Su Chi, congratulations. You've made the best choice. Senior brother, Zhou Qi. Su Chi bowed respectfully at Zhou Qi. Su Chi, you ingrate. You ungrateful bastard. Xiong, who was enraged when he saw that Su Chi had actually agreed to it. Hearing that, the smile on Zhou Qi's face immediately disappeared. He looked at Xiong, who with a murderous look in his eyes, and the true energy on his body was faintly discernible. He's just an ant. Why do you have to care about him? Senior brother Zhou Qi. Su Chi glanced at Xiong, who indifferently, and said to Zhou Qi with a smile, That's right. He's just an ant. Zhou Qi smiled as well. You! When Xiong, who heard Su Chi's words, he became even more enraged. He still wanted to say something, but Jin Yuan Bao, who was standing next to him, covered his mouth. Xiong Hu, if you're seeking death, don't drag us down with you. Jin Yuan Bao glared at Xiong Hu and shouted in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Chi with a slightly gloomy expression. He knew very well how much his master, the city governor of Mound Hill City, loved Su Chi. For Su Chi's sake, his master had even secretly asked him not to spar with Su Chi. Yet now, Su Chi had actually betrayed his master. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that his heart was filled with rage that was about to burst out. Senior brother Zhou Qi, let's return to the sect. I'd like to go back and meet Master as soon as possible, Su Chi said to Zhou Qi. Su Chi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was respectful, and Zhou Qi enjoyed it. There's no hurry. Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. At this moment, Feng Hui was looking at Su Chi in disbelief. It was as though he did not expect Su Chi to betray him. A hint of anger could be seen on his face. However, his anger soon disappeared. He sighed as though he had aged a few years in an instant. Feng Hui, if I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Zhou Qi glanced at Feng Hui coldly and said mockingly, It's one thing if you have poor innate talent, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now, the disciple you've trained wholeheartedly has betrayed you. Every word Zhou Qi said was heart-wrenching. After he finished speaking, Feng Hui was so angry that his body trembled violently. His eyes were bulging, and he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely wretched. However, I still have to thank you on behalf of my master, your senior brother, Elder Lu Huan. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him. Zhou Qi continued. Feng Hui was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Trash! Zhou Qi spat before he looked at Su Chi and said with a smile, Junior brother Su Chi, let's go. We'll go back to the sect to meet Master and perform the ceremony. I'll listen to senior brother Zhou Qi's arrangement. Su Chi glanced at Feng Hui, who had fainted unwillingly before he looked at Zhou Qi and said respectfully, Let's go. Zhou Qi shouted in a deep voice. He lifted his arm and grabbed Su Chi's shoulder. He flew away with Su Chi and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye, returning to the Moon Illumination Sect. Master City Governor, Big Brother, Elder Huang. Not long after Zhou Qi left, people came one after another. They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and some revered elders. As for the servants and maids who came after hearing the news, they were blocked outside. After all, it was not something to be proud of. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the healing medicinal pill gradually took effect. Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao could finally stand up. After they stood up, they immediately ran to Feng Hui, who was unconscious. The three of them had a worried expression on their faces. What's going on? More than 10 people from the 36 guardians and a few revered elders came. All of them looked grave as they questioned Duan Lingtian and the other two. They rushed over when they heard the commotion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian, and a revered elder lying on the ground. This scene scared them to the point their souls almost flew out of their bodies. In fact, the three of them who were lying on the ground were all at the St. Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City, especially, was at the intermediate St. Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery St. Rudiment stage and mastering the true energy consolidated weapon technique. The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique that could only be mastered by a mastery St. Rudiment stage powerhouse. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon to attack the enemy by surprise would have a miraculous effect. For example, the technique Zhou Qi used to defeat Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was the true energy consolidated weapon, consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon. His divine weapon phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the gigantic hammer fell, it was as though Mount Tai was crashing down. Its power was unstoppable. Su Qi, that ingrate. Xiong, who gnashed his teeth in hatred. The moment he thought of Su Qi's betrayal, he was filled with rage. Jin Yuan Bao recounted what had happened earlier with a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing how powerful Zhou Qi was, and how powerful the Moon Illumination Sect's elder, Lu Huan, was, everyone fell silent. Whether it was the dozens of people from the 36 guardians or the remaining revered elders, the anger on their faces turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well that they would not be able to avenge themselves. Their opponent was an inner court disciple of the 7th Rate Force, the Moon Illumination Sect, that was above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Put aside the fact that the inner court disciple was more powerful than their city governor. Moreover, the Moon Illumination Sect's elder behind the inner court disciple made them unable to resist at all. Soon after, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, regained consciousness. His expression was terrifyingly grave. After consuming a healing medicinal pill and recovering slightly, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and elder Huang properly, apart from Duan Lingtian, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao. The rest of you are dismissed." Following Feng Hui's order, only 4 people were left in the huge mansion. "I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, right?" Feng Hui sighed. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, they had questions in their minds. Based on Zhou Qi's tone, he seemed to be picking on Feng Hui as though he had a death feud with Feng Hui. "Do all of you see anything?" Feng Hui asked again. "Master, Zhou Qi must have a feud with you, right?" Jin Yuan Bao asked. "Zhou Qi." Feng Hui shook his head before a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "I have no feud with Zhou Qi. He's just a dog that Lu Huan raised to bite people everywhere. Lu Huan is the one who has a feud with me." Lu Huan. Before Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 did not know who the owner of this name was, even if they heard it. However, after Zhou Qi's arrival, they knew who he was. Lu Huan was an elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. His cultivation base was so powerful that he had even entered the paramount St. Rudiment stage. "Master, Lu Huan is at the paramount St. Rudiment stage. Why do you have a feud with him?" Xiong Hu asked. "I'll have to start from when I was young." Feng Hui said slowly. Feng Hui slowly told Duan Lingtian and the other 2 about the things that happened when he was young. As it turned out, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination Sect in the same year. In the beginning, both of them minded their own business, but in the end, they would not rest until one of them died. As for the reason for this, it was because of Feng Hui's wife. Feng Hui's wife had entered the Moon Illumination Sect a few years later. Both Feng Hui and Lu Huan had taken a liking to her. In the end, Feng Hui had married the beauty. At that time, Lu Huan, who had already become an inner court disciple, took advantage of the fact that he had been taken in as a disciple by an elder in the sect. He was so bold that he kidnapped Feng Hui's wife on their wedding night. After Feng Hui's wife was defiled by him, she chose to commit suicide. Since then, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had a death feud. They would not rest until one of them was dead. However, Feng Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan's, and his backer was not as good as Lu Huan's. In his despair, the heart demon grew in him, causing his cultivation base to progress slowly. Chapter 1420. Later on, Feng Hui knew there was no hope for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he sought the position of an outer court deacon to take charge of Mount Hill City and became the city governor of Mount Hill City. 10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here. He had once again recalled his dusty memories, causing him to be filled with grief and indignation. However, what could he do? He could not defeat Lu Huan. In terms of status, he was far inferior to Lu Huan. Due to this reason, he could only endure the humiliation until today. I know there's no hope for me to seek revenge on my own, and I've thought of committing suicide. However, I decided to live on in the end. I'm destined to be inferior to Lu Huan in this life, but it doesn't mean the disciple I train is inferior to the disciple he trains. Feng Hui said through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Naturally, there was something he did not say. He hoped the disciple he trained would avenge him one day. Even if he did not kill Lu Huan, he would die without regrets if he could teach Lu Huan a lesson. It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out an ignoble existence until today. One must admit that when Feng Hui's words entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other three, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked them so much that they were stunned. It did not cross their minds at all. To think that their teacher and master actually had such an unbearable past. They could feel pain, anger, helplessness, unwillingness, and other emotions in Feng Hui's tone. They could understand it. The reason I'm telling all of you this is mainly because I want to tell all of you one thing. Even if all of you enter the Moon Illumination sect in a few months' time and become outer court disciples, you'll still have to face suppression from Lu Huan's people. Feng Hui looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three solemnly. Now, you can consider, do you still want to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and enter the sect? The moment Feng Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three could not help but frown. Don't tell me they dare to kill us? Duan Lingtian asked. They won't dare to kill anyone in the sect, even if they have 100 guts. Even if it's a remote place, it's still covered by the divine consciousness of a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Whoever kills will be severely punished by the sect. Feng Hui enunciated each word clearly. Of course, if there's an irreconcilable feud between the people in the sect, you can apply for a life and death duel. That way, you won't be breaking the sect's rules, and you won't be punished for killing. In other words, if we enter the Moon Illumination sect, they'll at most make things difficult for us, but they won't dare to kill us? Xiong Hu asked. Something like that. Feng Hui nodded. Teacher, what is divine sense? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Divine consciousness can only be formed by Saint Realm experts. It's a type of spiritual energy. The divine consciousness of a Saint Realm expert can cover a wide area and monitor that area. Feng Hui said, you'll find out about this when you break through to the Saint stage in the future. Saint Realm? Duan Lingtian did not think much of what Feng Hui said, but Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao were shocked. Based on what their master said, this senior brother Duan actually had a chance to break through to the Saint stage? With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the saint stage, as long as he doesn't die prematurely. Fang Hui seemed to have noticed the shock on Ling Yun and the other two's faces. Based on his words, he was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I'll give all of you a month to think about it. I won't blame you even if you don't enter the Moon Illumination sect. However, once you enter, you'll have to be mentally prepared. Fang Hui continued. After all, I'm the one who recommended all of you to enter the Moon Illumination sect. That's equivalent to being branded with Mound Hill City's label, my label. Fang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao nodded solemnly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already made up his mind when he heard Fang Hui say Lu Huan and his disciple would not kill anyone in the Sex Estate. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be suppressed, it would not be a life and death situation. There was only motivation when there was pressure. Duan Lingtian had always believed in this. I'll let Lu Huan and his disciple be my touchstone then. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Sigh. Fang Hui seemed to have recalled something as he let out a long sigh before he turned around and left the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian glanced at him and realized Fang Hui's silhouette was a little desolate. It seems like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a huge blow to teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was also out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, in his opinion, Su Qi was not a coward who would live an ignoble life. I've misjudged him this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as his eyes gleamed coldly. Su Qi, I'll let you know. Even if you're on Lu Huan's side, I'll still step on you. Since Duan Lingtian truly regarded Fang Hui as his teacher, he could empathize with Fang Hui's humiliation. And Lu Huan and his disciple, the moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, the coldness in his eyes intensified. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and entered the second level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. It was less than half a year before he would join the Moon Illumination sect. I hope I'll have successfully broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage by the time I join the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After cultivating in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda for 3 days, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a knock on the door. Only a day had passed in the outside world. Teacher. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Fang Hui. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, have you thought about it? Do you want to join the Moon Illumination sect? Fang Hui asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he could not help but feel a little surprised when Fang Hui came to ask him about it after only a day. Did he not say he would give him a month to think about it? Since there's no danger of death, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, he made it clear that he still intended to join the Moon Illumination sect. There's no danger of death in the Sex Estate. Fang Hui's face turned serious as he said, however, there's no guarantee of safety outside the Sex Estate. You must know this. Even if someone was killed outside the Sex Estate, they might not be able to find out who killed him. If I'm killed outside the Sex Estate, I can only say that I'm useless. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he smiled faintly. I didn't misjudge you. Fang Hui took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before taking out a spatial ring and passing it to Duan Lingtian. Cultivate well before you head to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment. This is... Upon seeing Fang Hui's action, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. There's a saint grade pill, the sensory pill, and some saint stones inside. They'll be helpful to your cultivation. After Fang Hui finished speaking, He did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and directly stuffed it into Duan Lingtian's hand. Then he turned around and left, no longer disturbing Duan Lingtian's cultivation. "Teacher, I'll seek justice for you one day," Duan Lingtian promised as he watched Feng Hui's desolate silhouette leaving. He did not know why, but he felt a fire burning in his heart. This was his promise to Feng Hui. His voice was not loud, but it entered Feng Hui's ears clearly. "Justice." Feng Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. "I believe in you." Feng Hui's voice became a little hoarse. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. The reason he, Feng Hui, had dragged out an ignoble existence until today was to seek justice. Back then, Lu Huan had kidnapped and forced his newlywed wife to death, but he did not seek justice. Until today, he still could not seek justice. The reason he recruited so many young geniuses was because he had pinned his hopes on those young geniuses. He hoped they would seek justice for him. Now that someone had promised to seek justice for him, and this person had a high chance of fulfilling his promise, how could he not be excited? However, Feng Hui's feelings were still complicated. Back then, when he took Su Qi as his disciple, he had pinned all his hopes on Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi's rapid growth, he saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's innate talent, he would definitely be able to fulfill his unfulfilled wish as long as he grew stronger after joining the Moon Illumination sect. He would seek justice for him and allow his wife to die happily. However, who would have thought the person he had pinned all his hopes on would betray him? Fortunately, he still had Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was like a ray of light in the darkness that guided him forward. To put it simply, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his last hope. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint him. "Don't tell me I can't have my cake and eat it too?" Feng Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Qi, both of them were people who could seek justice for him after they grew stronger. However, just like how he could not have his cake and eat it too, he had lost Su Qi. Duan Lingtian closed the door and entered the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda again. Sensory pill. He did not lack saint stones among the things Feng Hui had given him. However, he lacked the saint-grade sensory pill. This is a 2-star sensory pill. This is a 3-star sensory pill. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him. When he was about to take out the sensory pill to assist his cultivation, he realized there were not only 2-star sensory pills in the spatial ring, but there was also a small portion of 3-star sensory pills. They were all saint-grade sensory pills. The effect of the 3-star sensory pill was undoubtedly much better than the 2-star sensory pill. "It's time to change my spatial ring." When Duan Lingtian recalled his spatial ring was refined by himself, he decided to use the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him. Currently, he could not raise the grade of his spatial ring because he could not produce a weapon flame. However, the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him was of a higher grade than all the spatial rings he had. It was a human rank prominent saint weapon, so he changed it without hesitation. The 2-star sensory pill is already so effective. The 3-star sensory pill must be even more powerful. Chapter 1421. After today's incident, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressured. The law of the jungle in the Dao Martial Saint Land was even more exaggerated compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City alone and killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the city governor's estate before severely injuring the city governor of Mound Hill City. He, Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao did not even have the strength to fight back against the arrogant Zhou Qi. All of this was because Zhou Qi was too powerful. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth that applied no matter where one went. Today, Zhou Qi had further explained this concept to Duan Lingtian. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'm more confident of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. Unknowingly, a saint stone had appeared in his hand. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, 9 dragons form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the saint stone surged into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. They were transported by the 9 dragons and circulated in his body. After completing the circulation, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true energy and merged into the basketball-sized Qi-Si between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy in his Qi-Si was increasing every second. It's so fast! Duan Lingtian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill took effect, the heaven and earth spirit energy he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had become faster as well. Under such a cultivation environment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose rapidly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not keep cultivating like this. Occasionally, he would leave the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and his room to relax. A month's time passed very quickly. At this moment, Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao had also replied one after another. Ling Yun and Xiong Hu had decided to join the Moon Illumination sect. Jin Yuanbao, on the other hand, chose to give up. Master, I'm sorry. I can't join the Moon Illumination sect. I am not afraid of them, but I am afraid that they will attack my family. Under the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xiong Hu, Jin Yuanbao bitterly smiled as he explained the reason why he gave up. Although Jin Yuanbao chose to give up, Feng Hui did not blame him. It was undoubtedly normal for Jin Yuanbao to be wary of Lu Huan and his disciple. Master, I'll definitely teach that traitor Su Qi a lesson for you in the future. As for that Zhou Qi, I will definitely catch up to him and even surpass him in the future. Xiong Hu said solemnly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Feng Hui was naturally moved by this. Even though Ling Yun didn't say anything, his sharp gaze was enough to explain everything. Duan Lingtian would occasionally leave the city governor's mansion and go out to relax. However, most of the time he would go to Hong Yu's house to see the little girl, Shi and play with her. Compared to the past, the little girl, Shi was like a completely different person. She had become even more cheerful. Brother, Shi will perform for you. The little girl waved her fists excitedly as she blinked her big eyes and said to Duan Lingtian, "What's the performance?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. As the little girl whistled, a few figures appeared in all directions of the courtyard. In just a blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Duan Lingtian stared at them and saw they were animals like cats and dogs. However, due to the different environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the cats and dogs here were different from the ones on the mortal continent. The cats here were as big as adult dogs on the mortal continent. The dogs here were as big as tigers on the mortal continent. However, the cats and dogs surrounding the little girl were unusually docile. They lay there and allowed the little girl to ride on them. They even ran around happily with the little girl. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Shi's innate talent as a beast tamer far surpasses mine. Hong Yu suddenly appeared next to Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated expression as he looked at the little girl who was riding a big dog around the courtyard. As it turns out, she has an innate talent as a beast tamer. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He was wondering how a little girl like Shi could make these cats and dogs so docile. As it turned out, she had an innate talent as a beast tamer. In the beginning, he even thought these were the cats and dogs that Hong Yu reared at home. Only now did he realize they were stray cats and dogs. Brother Ling Tian, I want Sure to become a beast tamer, Hong Yu said seriously. Hong Yu said to Duan Ling Tian seriously. She really has this innate talent. I don't want this talent of hers to be buried. Big brother Hong, I don't have any objections as long as Sure is happy. Duan Ling Tian said, I only hope that she can always be carefree. Everything else is not important. All right, Hong Yu nodded. Big brother Hong, I'll be leaving in 3 months. I'll come to see all of you and bid farewell before I leave Mount Hill City. I'm going to focus on cultivating during this period of time. Duan Ling Tian greeted Hong Yu, and Hong Yu expressed his understanding of the situation. He knew Duan Ling Tian would be leaving Mount Hill City in 3 months to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. As Duan Ling Tian's brother, it was only natural that he hoped Duan Ling Tian would have a bright future. After returning to the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian focused on cultivating even more. I've underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through from the mastery mortal shedding stage to the perfection mortal shedding stage is more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Initially, Duan Ling Tian planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before joining the Moon Illumination Sect. Soon, he realized it was not easy to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As time went by, he had cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a whole year, but he still had not broken through. Moreover, only 2/3 of the true energy in the Qi Si in between his brows had been accumulated. He was still 1/3 away from filling his Qi Si with true energy. A year on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 4 months outside. At this moment, there was only a month left before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect would begin. The time was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, more than 20 days had passed. The day for Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yin, and Xiong Hu to depart to the Moon Illumination Sect had arrived. Get ready. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. In the morning, Fang Hui called Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yin, and Xiong Hu to greet them. Duan Ling Tian did not have much to prepare. They would depart the next day. He left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house to accompany the little girl, Sure, for the entire day. He was only ready to leave in the evening. Sure, I'm going somewhere far tomorrow. I'll come back to see you after a while. Duan Ling Tian said to the little girl, Come back soon, brother. The little girl was much more sensible now. If she was still the old her, she would have cried a long time ago. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After patting Sure's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. Big brother Hong, sister-in-law, I'll leave Sure in your care. Don't worry. Hong Yu and his wife nodded. Brother, take care of yourself. I believe with your innate talent, it won't take long for you to make a name for yourself in the Moon Illumination Sect. Hong Yu said. Early the next morning, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yin, and Xiong were brought out of Mount Hill City by Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. After leaving Mount Hill City, Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 could fly on their own without the flight prohibiting formation. They followed Fang Hui to the Moon Illumination Sect. Xiong Hu, YUV, broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon, Duan Ling Tian realized Xiong Hu could still keep up with him and Ling Yin, even though he was flying with his physical strength and the true energy in his body. I just broke through a month ago. Xiong Hu grinned and smiled brightly. However, Fang Hui and Ling Yin did not seem surprised. It was obvious they had known about it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, you and I could have exchanged some pointers. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Duan, I can't even defeat senior brother Lingyan, let alone you. Xiong Hu said with a teary face. Now that Suchi had left, Duan Lingtian had become the eldest senior brother. Naturally, even if Suchi did not leave, Duan Lingtian was still the eldest senior brother in Lingyan and Xiong Hu's eyes. They knew a little about Fang Hui forbidding Duan Lingtian from sparring with Suchi. They knew their master was worried Suchi would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui slowed down on purpose since he had to take care of Duan Lingtian and the other two. They only arrived near the Moon Illumination Sect after 2 days. We'll see the Moon Illumination Sect after we pass the mountain range in front. Fang Hui said to Duan Lingtian and the other two while looking at the mountain range that looked like a long dragon. The three of them shuddered and snapped back to their senses. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he focused his eyes and looked forward. He could not see anything with just a glance. However, as he activated the strange pupil in his left eye, he soon saw a huge mountain gate not far behind the mountain range. It looked majestic. Above the mountain gate, there were 3 large words carved in a flamboyant style. Moon Illumination Sect. I did it. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination Sect, a surprised voice resonated in his ears. He could tell it was Hua Lao's voice. Hua Lao, what did you do? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I've successfully refined the dragon blood of the little devil dragon. Hua Lao replied. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened due to his excitement. Hua Lao, did you really refine it? Duan Lingtian's tone seemed to contain slight excitement mixed within. He could not help but feel excited. Hua Lao had told him what refining the dragon blood of a 5-clawed devil dragon meant 3 months ago. Divine dragon phenomenon. Chapter 1422. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had purposely asked Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, about St. Rudiment Stage Marshal and Tao cultivators. According to Fang Hui, the early and intermediate St. Rudiment stage was just an elevation of true energy. It was the real transformation when one reached the mastery stage. A mastery St. Rudiment stage powerhouse could cast the true energy, consolidated weapon technique. They could use part of their true energy to consolidate a divine weapon phenomenon to attack their opponent when they were fighting. For example, Zhou Qi, the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court disciple who came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City half a year ago, had consolidated a gigantic hammer with his true energy. It was a divine weapon phenomenon. If he did not cast the divine weapon phenomenon, Fang Hui, who was at the intermediate St. Rudiment stage, might have been able to hold on for a while. However, Fang Hui had no way of fighting back when he cast the divine weapon phenomenon. Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of that scene. When the gigantic hammer divine weapon phenomenon slammed down, it was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. It was as though it could suppress everything. The true energy consolidated weapon was a technique at the mastery St. Rudiment stage. Once one entered the perfection St. Rudiment stage, one would master a new technique, the true energy consolidated beast. As long as a person had merged with the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast and had broken through to the perfection St. Rudiment stage, he would be able to consolidate a fierce beast or a saint beast's phenomenon with his true energy. That kind of phenomenon was called the variant beast phenomenon. The more powerful the blood essence of a fierce beast or a saint beast was merged with, the more powerful the variant beast phenomenon would be. Fierce beasts and saint beasts would only have blood essence when they were alive. If they were dead, the blood essence would evaporate and disappear without a trace. When Duan Lingtian killed the 5-clawed devil dragon, he did not know about this when he entered the St. Rudiment stage. Therefore, he did not think about taking its blood essence. Naturally, he might not be able to take it even if he wanted to. After all, he had relied on the Devil Seal tablet to kill the five-clawed devil dragon. It was a close call, so he did not have the chance to take the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Fortunately, Hualao has a way to refine the ordinary blood in the five-clawed devil dragon into blood essence. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, S. Saint Rudiment Stage. Although Elder Hua was the three-legged golden crow, the divine sunbird in the ancient myths in Duan Lingtian's past life, he did not know that there was a true energy consolidated beast technique here due to the different cultivation laws in every mundane planet. After learning about this, he told Duan Lingtian that he could refine the ordinary blood of a five-clawed divine dragon into blood essence. After all, Duan Lingtian had just learned from Feng Hui that the technique of a perfection Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse was related to the blood essence of fierce beasts and saint beasts. He felt a little depressed. This was because, although he had the five-clawed demonic dragon's corpse, he did not have its blood essence. Saint stage, saint stage realm, saint Rudiment Stage, saint. Fortunately, Hualao had mentioned a way to remedy the situation. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been extremely depressed. And now, hearing Hualao say that the refinement was successful, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. To him, this was good news that would have a long-term impact on his future strength. It was as if he could already see the scene of him condensing the five-clawed, divine, Dragon Dharma idol in the future. According to Teacher, the variant beast phenomenon formed by powerhouses above the perfection Saint Rudiment Stage not only has a form and spirit, but it also has a force. If I can condense the five-clawed, divine, Dragon Dharma idol, wouldn't the Dharma idols of ordinary beasts collapse when the dragon's might is displayed? With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. Hualao, keep the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence first. I'll get it from you after I settle down in the Moon Illumination sect. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't wait to fuse with the five-clawed demon dragon's blood essence, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. No matter how anxious he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he was still far away from the perfection Saint Rudiment Stage. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he realized he had already arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. He could see behind the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, but it was cloudy, so he couldn't see what was inside. Let's walk into the monastery gate. When they arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, Feng Hui's expression was solemn as he called out to Duan Lingtian and the other two before descending from the sky. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed suit. Under Feng Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. However, they were stopped by the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples who were guarding the monastery gate. I'm the city governor of Mound Hill City, leading the young geniuses of Mound Hill City to participate in the entrance assessment organized by the sect's Ming Tian. Feng Hui took out a token and waved it in front of the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples. On the token, apart from the word City Governor of Mound Hill City and Outer Court Deacon, there was also Feng Hui's name. Oh, it's Deacon Feng. When the two Moon Illumination sect's disciples saw the token, they immediately welcomed Feng Hui in with a smile. Although the Outer Court Deacons did not have any real power in the sect, both of them were only Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Outer Court Deacons. The entrance assessment will begin tomorrow. All of you should rest well today. Get some sleep tonight and recharge your energy so that you'll be ready for the entrance assessment tomorrow. Feng Hui said as he led Duan Lingtian and the other two inside. With the three of your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become an Outer Court disciple. Soon after, Feng Hui brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the outer area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. There were simple houses that were specially made for the participants of the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that looked more spacious and luxurious. However, these houses were not as simple as the simple houses. There were only 18 of them. Feng Hui registered with the person in charge and obtained the residence passes for 4 of the houses. The residence passes were hung on the doors of the houses with the words "occupied" written on them. It meant that the houses with the residence passes were occupied so that nobody would enter wrongly. "Master, will Su Qi be participating in the entrance assessment tomorrow?" Xiong Hu asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. Since he's Lu Huan's disciple, naturally he doesn't have to participate in the assessment. Not only that, but he can even enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple with Lu Huan's recommendation. Although it had been half a year since Su Qi's betrayal, one could still see some strange emotions on Feng Hui's face. "Traitor!" Xiong Hu said resentfully. "Xiong Hu." Feng Hui said with a frown. "It's fine if you say these things in private when you enter the Moon Illumination Sect. If you say these things out loud, Lu Huan's people won't let you go easily. The sect forbids killing. Do you think I, Xiong Hu, am afraid of them?" Xiong Hu said with a glare. "All in all, when the 3 of you enter the sect, try to keep a low profile. If Lu Huan's people think that you're stubborn, they might feel bored and won't make things difficult for you." Feng Hui said seriously. "I don't want to cause too much trouble for all of you because of me. A moment of forbearance is for a better tomorrow. If we want to avenge Master, we must become stronger first. Otherwise, we're destined to be tortured," Ling Yin said. Feng Hui nodded. "That's right." Feng Hui agreed with Ling Yin's words. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and did not interrupt. His eyes gleamed brightly, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. Forbearance? A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian hung the residence pass with the words "occupied" on one of the houses. Since the people from Mound Hill City were the first to arrive, the houses were all empty. Therefore, he chose the house with the best location and the best air. The house that Master lives in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could it be that they correspond to the city governors of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 18 spacious houses opposite him and thought in his heart as he guessed. At this moment, no matter if it was Feng Hui, Ling Yin, or Xiong Hu, they entered the house one after another and closed the door. The sign that said "occupied" on the door told the people outside that there were already people inside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked in as well. The house was simple. Apart from a small window that he could barely lie down on, there was nothing else inside. This house was obviously much worse than the wooden house in the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. Compared to the extremely harsh environment in his past life, this place was like heaven. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the house. He realized that the house was not airtight. A gust of wind could blow in from anywhere. It's not easy to put the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda in this case. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as the wind blew in, he would be blown out as soon as the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was touched. Forget it. It's only a day. I'll just cultivate outside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect tomorrow, he would become an outer court disciple of the sect. As long as he was capable, he could stay in the independent courtyard in the outer court anytime. The reason he said as long as he was capable was because the living conditions of the outer court disciples in the Moon Illumination Sect were also divided into different grades and grades. Feng Hui had told them about this on their way here. Only those who had a strong fist could live well. although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet. Most of the true energy in my chi si has been accumulated. With the 52 saint veins, I can mobilize all of my true energy in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Even those on the paramount mortal shedding stage might not be able to compare to me in this aspect. Besides, I've also cultivated the defensive technique, silver shirt, to the highest level, the impeccable stage. With my current ability, although I haven't broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage yet, it's enough to crush many martial and Tao cultivators on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. Bang! A loud bang sounded out and gave Duan Lingtian a fright. At the same time, a gust of wind blew in, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. His face turned extremely grave. The loud noise came from the sound of the door being kicked. The wind was caused by the door being kicked open. Someone had kicked open the door to Duan Lingtian's house. Boy, I've taken a liking to this house. Get out of here. Chapter 1423. Duan Lingtian walked out of his house with a gloomy expression. With just a glance, he saw an arrogant young man standing at the door of his house, as though he was number 2. When Duan Lingtian walked out, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, Ling Yin and Xiong, who also heard the commotion and walked out of their houses respectively. At the same time, another middle-aged man and 3 other young men came out as well. The 4 of them were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on them. His eyes were on the arrogant young man in front of him. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for kicking my door open and asking me to leave? Is that right? Duan Lingtian asked in his deep voice, as a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. So what if I am? Don't tell me you dare to go against my will? The young man, who called himself Xiao Jue, sneered with his nose in the air as though he was a superior talking to a subordinate. He said in a condescending tone, "If I were you, I'd leave immediately instead of talking nonsense here. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you continue to stay." When Xiao Jue reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Xiao Jue is unwilling to be left out no matter where he goes. That's right. Senior brother Xiao Jue was like that when he was in Luojiang City. I can't believe he's still the same after coming to the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid of being taken advantage of? Taken advantage of? You've underestimated senior brother Xiao Jue. He's the number 1 genius among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. He's only 38 years old, but he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The other 3 young men were whispering to each other. It was obvious they came from the same city as Xiao Jue. Luo Yi. Feng Hui looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said with a frown, "Isn't your disciple too much?" "My disciple didn't offend him, did he?" Luo Yi was the city governor of Luojiang City. Luojiang City was one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. It was as famous as Mount Hill City. The city lord of Luojiang City was also an 8th-rate force that controlled an 8th-grade primordial stone mine. Feng Hui, I heard that your most outstanding direct disciple, Su Qi, has been taken in as Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple. Congratulations. With this relationship, I presume that you and Elder Lu Huan will be able to bury the hatchet, right? Luo Yi said with a smile. His words were unbridled, and he did not care about Feng Hui, whose expression was gradually darkening. He knew that it was impossible for Feng Hui and Lu Huan to reconcile. He only said that to provoke Feng Hui. As for Xiao Jue, he just wants to spar with your other disciples. Now, only the people from our 2 cities are here. This way we can pass the time, right? Luo Yi still had a smile on his face. Don't tell me that you, Feng Hui, have no one else besides Su Qi? Sure enough, Feng Hui's face darkened even more. His gaze on Luo Yi grew even colder. Trash, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Zhui's face darkened as he asked loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Luo Yi and the other 3 young men from Luo Jiang City. Trash, who are you talking to? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as soon as Xiao Zhui finished speaking. His tone was cold. You, Xiao Zhui replied angrily. Yes, Trash is talking to me. Duan Lingtian studied Xiao Zhui from head to toe for a while before he nodded in all seriousness. Huh, senior brother Lingyan, did you hear that? This brat admitted that he's trash. Xiong, who laughed out loud. His laughter was wanton and broke the silence. A smile appeared on Lingyan's face as well. The 3 young men from Luo Jiang City looked at Xiao Zhui with a strange expression. This brat is dead meat. However, there was pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured by Xiao Zhui. Fang Hui, does your direct disciple only know how to talk? Luo Yi glanced at Fang Hui nonchalantly and mocked. Your disciple seems to be the most talkative one since the beginning, right? Fang Hui retorted. Luo Yi's face darkened. He then looked at Xiao Zhui and said through true energy voice transmission, Xiao Zhui, teach this brat a lesson. As far as I know, Su Qi is the only one among Fang Hui's disciples who has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he has already joined Elder Lu Huan. This brat is no match for you. Brat, you're seeking death. On the other hand, Xiao Zhui finally reacted when he heard Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious and charged toward Duan Lingtian immediately. At that moment, the true energy on Xiao Zhui's body dissipated as though he had put on a layer of green clothes. Wherever he passed, it seemed to have turned into a wave that crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Xiao Zhui, who was charging at him menacingly. He stood still with a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Xiao Zhui's face turned ferocious when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifference. He swept his palm toward Duan Lingtian like a 5-fingered mountain. Airwaves rolled out. The force of Xiao Zhui's palm shook the flowers and plants more than 10 meters away. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and made his move as well. As the 52 saint veins in his body were activated, the true energy in his qi surged into his hands. He slammed his palm out as well. His palm was shining with a dazzling silver luster. You want to fight Xiao Zhui, who's at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You're digging your own grave. Luo Yi smirked when he saw that. He thought the purple-clad brat from Mound Hill City was too arrogant. Did he really think he was Su Qi? Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian and Xiao Zhui's palms collided. A rolling airwave raged out from the center of the 2 palms as though it had set off a gale. Both of them retreated in a flash at the same time. Duan Lingtian took 5 steps back, while Xiao Zhui took 4 steps back. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. Xiao Zhui glanced at Duan Lingtian in shock. However, a look of disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll let you know that the people from Mound Hill City are destined to be stepped on by the people from Luo Jiang City. A sword appeared in Xiao Zhui's hand out of thin air as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use his saint weapon to end the battle quickly. The 4 people from Luo Jiang City were surprised that Duan Lingtian was only at a slight disadvantage when he collided with Xiao Zhui's palms. On the other hand, the 3 people from Mound Hill City were not surprised at all. Fang Hui! I didn't expect Mound Hill City to have such an outstanding genius, martial cultivator after Su Qi left. Luo Yi looked at Fang Hui. When he saw the smug look on Fang Hui's face, he poured cold water on him. However, he's still no match for Xiao Zhui with this little bit of ability. Xiao Zhui's most powerful skill is his sword technique. His most powerful skill is his sword technique. Feng Hui was amused. Does Luo think that Duan Lingtian's most powerful skill is his palm technique? Although Xiao Zhui is arrogant, he's quite capable. He's even on par with Su Qi from half a year ago. My punch with 80% of my strength is actually at a slight disadvantage. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Based on the earlier exchange of palms, he was sure that if he did not use any weapons or saint-grade martial tactic moves, he and Xiao Zhui would at most be on par. You're digging your own grave. However, he was delighted when he saw Xiao Zhui taking out his saint weapon and trying to defeat him with it. One must know that the reason why he was so confident in defeating so many martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage was mainly because of his weapon. His weapon was the sun-shooting bow. Although the sun-shooting bow was not as glorious as it was in its prime, it was not something a human-rank saint weapon could compare to. Trash from Mound Hill City. I'll defeat you with just one strike. Xiao Zhui shouted coldly and struck with his sword at lightning speed. He moved with his sword, his body was ethereal and seemed real at the same time. The sword gleam was like a blooming white flower that was dazzling and beautiful. Plum blossom sword, Xiao Zhui mumbled. The sword gleam in his hand bloomed like plum blossoms in winter as it flew toward Duan Lingtian, aiming for his vital points. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. He moved with the arrow like a bolt of lightning and dodged Xiao Zhui's sword technique easily. Sword shadow pursuit. Xiao Zhui continued to mumble. After Duan Lingtian dodged, he chased after him. The sword in his hand was like a gangrene attached to a bone. It did not leave Duan Lingtian's side at all. However, that was just the beginning. A moment later, Duan Lingtian managed to distance himself from Xiao Zhui. Xiao Zhui was completely defeated in terms of speed. Oh no! Luo Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He thought nobody in Mound Hill City was a match for his disciple since Su Qi was no longer around. He did not expect Mound Hill City to have such a genius even without Su Qi. In the martial Tao of the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Speed could defeat all techniques. As the city governor of Luojiang City, how could he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Zhui is in danger. Luo Yi could not help but look at Feng Hui with jealousy in his eyes. What did Feng Hui do to deserve this? First, he had Su Qi. After Su Qi was snatched away, he had such a disciple. Was Mound Hill City's luck that great? Clang! Humph! The sound of an iron weapon colliding with a muffled grunt resonated. Luo Yi had a bad feeling about this, and his expression changed immediately. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized the disciple he was proud of, Xiao Zhui, had been defeated by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had knocked the sword out of Xiao Zhui's hand with an arrow. Moreover, the bowstring in the purple-clad young man's bow was placed in front of Xiao Zhui's throat. As long as the purple-clad young man shook the bowstring, Xiao Zhui's head would definitely be separated from his body. Don't try to act cool if you don't have the ability. Do you think you can show how powerful you are by provoking me, attracting the attention of others and defeating me? Do you think you can satisfy your vanity? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Zhui with a mocking smile on his face. He showed no mercy at all. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking the initiative to come to me and giving me a chance to act cool. Chapter 1424. The reason Xiao Zhui snatched Duan Lingtian's house was because the location of Duan Lingtian's house was really good. Secondly, his master was not on good terms with the city governor of Mound Hill City. When he found out the people from Mound Hill City were the only ones who came earlier than them, he had his eyes on Duan Lingtian's house. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He did not expect the Mound Hill City disciple. He chose to be an iron plate that he, Xiao Zhui, could not kick. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a deep voice and kicked Xiao Zhui, whose face was turning green and pale, away. He did not show any mercy at all. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Naturally, Xiao Zhui had to pay the price for provoking him. Otherwise, he would think he was a pushover. Humph. When the other 3 young men from Luojiang City had a change of expression, Luo Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward toward Duan Lingtian. Boy, how dare you hurt someone from Luojiang City? Luo Yi, Fang, Hui stopped Luo Yi as soon as he took a step forward. Don't tell me the almighty city governor of Luojiang City wants to bully a junior? If I remember correctly, you said this was just a sparring session to pass the time, right? You seem to agree with that, don't you? Luo Yi was furious when he heard what Fang Hui said. He had indeed said that earlier. What? You thought the people from Mound Hill City were no match for the people from Luojiang City, so you boasted shamelessly. Now that your people are at a disadvantage, you're trying to deny it? Fang Hui smirked. He was not afraid of Luo Yi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Fang Hui, I can't believe you're so lucky to have picked up such a monster after losing Su Qi. I only hope he won't be like Su Qi when he joins the sect. He won't part ways with you and join Elder Lu Huan instead. Luo Yi snorted and took a good look at Duan Lingtian. I think, if Elder Lu Huan finds out you have such a disciple, he won't let him go. Luo Yi smirked when he reached the end of his sentence. Fang Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard that. To be honest, he was really worried about this. He subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian, only to discover that the Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. When he saw the determination in the Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart settled. That will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Fang Hui glanced at Luo Yi and sneered. Why don't you hurry up and pick a place to stay and recuperate? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Luo Yi looked back at Fang Hui coldly. He then looked at Xiao Zhui, who was in a sorry state, and said indifferently. Xiao Zhui took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. Only then did he find an empty house to stay in. During this process, Xiong, who took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune and shushed him twice. The geniuses of Luojiang City are only SO. Xiong, who chuckled. His words made the people of Luojiang City turn pale, but they were speechless. The truth was right in front of them, and they could not refute it. It was unknown if the 3 young men from Luojiang City felt embarrassed because Xiao Zhui had embarrassed Luojiang City, or they were afraid of Duan Lingtian. But all of them returned to their houses one after another. Luo Yi did not stay outside for long and returned to his own house. However, before he entered, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the murderous intent in Luo Yi's eyes, but he did not care. His name is Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City. At this time, Fang Hui also told Duan Lingtian about Luo Yi's identity. When we were in the sect, he was Lu Huan's lackey. Because of Lu Huan, he has always been at odds with me. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were enlightened. It seems that Xiao Zhui deliberately provoked Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he kicked an iron plate. Xiong, who chuckled, gloating over Xiao Zhui's misfortune. Ling Yin did not say anything, but his face was a little solemn. Xiao Zhui was a young genius from Luojiang City who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. After all, he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Ling Yin, you don't have to think too much. I've heard of Xiao Zhui before. He's already 38 years old. You, on the other hand, are only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38 years old. Feng Hui comforted Ling Yun as though he knew what was on Ling Yun's mind. Yes, Ling Yun's expression softened after Feng Hui comforted him. That was right. Xiao Jue was already 38 years old. He, on the other hand, was only 31 years old. Given 7 years, he was confident he could break through to the saint rudiment stage, let alone the paramount mortal shedding stage. That Luo Yi thought he could let his disciples trample on Mound Hill City since Su Qi was gone. Just thinking about his expression earlier makes me happy. A rare bright smile appeared on Feng Hui's face when he recalled the scene earlier. As time went by, more and more people appeared. These people were either the city governors of the other 16 cities under the Moon Illumination sect and the young geniuses they brought along, or the young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect found outside. At once, the residential area became lively. However, although Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside, he did not intend to join in the fun. He lay on the bed quietly as his thoughts ran wild. Unknowingly, he thought of his 2 fiancées and the unborn child in their wombs. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were. He thought of Han Shuanai and wondered if that girl was still looking for him. At the same time, he thought of the 3 little fellows, the Lingtian sect, the overseas Saint Islands, and the Cloud Continent. As time passed, he began to recall his past life. That bloody life seemed like a lifetime ago when he recalled it now. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. In the past, I thought Emperor Wu was the one who stood at the peak of this world. When I arrived at the Cloud Continent, I found out that what I knew was just a joke. Emperor Wu is just an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. He's nothing in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the environment of the Tao Martial Saint Land is very different from the mortal continent. It's really hard to imagine that these 2 places are on the same planet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. That night, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate, but instead had a good sleep. He slept until dawn, until he heard Xiong Hu calling for him from outside. Senior brother Duan, it's time for us to leave. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Xiong Hu standing outside waiting for him. Where's Teacher and Ling Yin? Teacher and Ling Yin are waiting for you in front. Xiong Hu replied. When Duan Lingtian left the house, he noticed that many people were leaving their houses one after another. They were walking in groups toward the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Among these people, there were middle-aged and old people. Most of them were young people. There were both men and women, but less than 1/10 of them were women. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Whether it was on the Cloud Continent or the Tao Martial Saint Land, women were weaker than men in many aspects due to their innate weakness. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who could defeat many male geniuses. However, in comparison, the number of female geniuses was far less than male geniuses. After meeting up with Feng Hui and Ling Yin, Duan Lingtian realized they were the last group. Most of the people were walking in front of them toward the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Teacher, why aren't all of you flying? Xiong Hu asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground obediently. Those young people were not at the Saint Rudiment stage and above after all. They were more or less restricted by the Moon Illumination Sect's flight prohibiting formation. Duan Lingtian had already noticed the flight prohibiting formation yesterday. As soon as they entered the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, they entered the flight prohibiting formation. The sect's flight prohibiting formation is more advanced than the one in our Mound Hill city. One must be a saint stage powerhouse to fly in the sect's sky. Feng Hui explained. Oh, I see. Xiong Hu finally understood. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had also obtained his answer. The flight prohibiting formation is really amazing. Saint stage? There don't seem to be many saint stage powerhouses in the entire Moon Illumination sect. In other words, there are only a few people who can fly in the moon illumination sect sky. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed the flow of people and arrived at a spacious square. There was a towering stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was spacious. It was as big as a football field in Duan Lingtian's past life. Currently, there was an old man and two middle-aged men standing on it. The two middle-aged men stood behind the old man with the old man as their leader. So many people. Duan Lingtian arrived near the stone platform. When he looked around, he realized there were many people there. There were close to 200 people. Excluding the city governors of the 18 cities, there were over 180 people left. They were all young geniuses who came to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. All of them were excited and high-spirited. On average, there were 10 young geniuses in each city. Master, don't you think there are too few people from our Mound Hill city? Also, it seems like there are only 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Xiong, who said in confusion, not all of these young geniuses are from the 18 cities. Fang Hui shook his head and said, more than half of them are young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the sect have recruited outside. They're really desperate to recruit so many young geniuses. Xiong, who clicked his tongue. As long as the young geniuses they've recruited pass the assessment and become outer court disciples, they'll be able to obtain a large number of merit points based on the number of people they've recruited. How can they not be desperate? Fang Hui was not surprised at all. Merit points. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had long heard that the merit points from Mound Hill City and the merit points from Moon Illumination Sect were the same. Moreover, the things that could be exchanged and the saint grade martial tactics that could be borrowed in the Moon Illumination Sect were of a higher grade than in Mound Hill City. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, Mound Hill City was only an 8th-rate force. Chapter 14:25. Look, it's those fellows from Luojiang City. Xiong Quan's eyes were sharp as he cried out. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 followed his gaze and saw the 5 people from Luojiang City standing in the distance with Luo, the city governor, in the lead. Luo seemed to have noticed their gazes as he turned around. When he realized it was them, he narrowed his eyes as a sinister smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fang Hui's heart sank when he saw the sneer on Mo Wuji's face. He knew Luo very well and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He must be plotting something against his 3 disciples for him to smirk like that. The 3 of you must be careful when you enter the sect. Although the sect does not allow killing at will, if someone really wants to harm you, there are thousands of ways to do so. Fang Hui took a deep breath and reminded Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Yo, isn't this Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar and was getting closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around with a bewildered expression, he saw a young man standing in front of him. This was a young man in a black robe. His face was cold, and his entire body emitted a gloomy aura. This aura made one feel uneasy. You man. Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty after he studied the young man in front of him for a while. The young man in front of him was very different from the person in his memory. Therefore, even he did not dare to confirm it. It seems like you have a good memory, Duan Lingtian. You still remember me, you man. Why? Guoli didn't come? A cold smirk appeared on the corner of Yi Man's mouth, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Man was one of the first human martial cultivators that Duan Lingtian met when he arrived near the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, Yi Man was with Guo Li and Lin Qingrong. He was also the most outstanding disciple from the Ye family in Fuyu Town. His cultivation base was only inferior to Guo Li among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guoli and Yi Man back to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian appeared out of nowhere. Because Lin Qingrong had limited slots, Yi Man was eliminated according to the rules of survival of the fittest. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Yi Man here. One had to know that Yi Man's strength was inferior to even Guoli's. Where did his confidence come from? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian activated his heavens eye connection. With just a glance, it caused his heartbeat to accelerate. How is that possible? This Yi Man has actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with shock and disbelief. He still remembered. A year ago, when he first met Guo Li and Yi Man, both of them were only at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage. Until now, even Guo Li was only at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, this Yi Man, whose innate talent was not as good as Guo Li's, had actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. This Yi Man doesn't seem to have just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his strength has even surpassed Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian was slightly frightened. Even if it was all of a sudden, he did not dare to say he had full confidence in defeating Yi Man now. Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. A person who had been defeated by him a year ago, a person whom he had the confidence to defeat in a single blow. Now, a year later, he possessed a strength that even he feared. What exactly had happened to Yi Man in the past year? He knows Guo Li? Xiong, who was a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, he's a friend of yours and Guo Li's. Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Especially Duan Lingtian. I haven't been able to forget about him for more than a year. Yi Man smiled. His smile was a little cold, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, Xiong, who also felt that something was amiss. Devil cultivator? Fong, Hui asked with a frown as he glanced at Yi Man in fear. Devil cultivator? Fong Hui's words made Ling Yun and Xiong, whose expressions changed slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he only had a shocked expression on his face. When he extended his consciousness into his spatial ring, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet was moving restlessly as though it had sensed something. At that moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. Yi Man had fallen into the Devil Dao and became a Devil cultivator. If that was the case, everything would be easy to explain. A Devil cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At this moment, the dread Duan Lingtian had towards Yi Man vanished without a trace. What a joke! With his current cultivation base, he could even kill a paramount Saint Rudiment stage Devil cultivator by activating the Devil Seal tablet, let alone a mere paramount mortal shedding stage Devil cultivator. You must be City Governor Fong from Mound Hill City, right? Yi Man looked at Fong Hui and smiled coldly. City Governor Fong, I was abandoned by your subordinate Lin Qingrong a year ago. Speaking of which, if Lin Qingrong didn't abandon me, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I've decided I'll definitely take good care of the people from Mound Hill City after I join the Moon Illumination sect. At this point, Yi Man's gaze was filled with interest as he sized up Xiong, Hu, and Ling Yin, causing Xiong Hu's expression to change. As for Ling Yin, his expression also turned solemn. Devil cultivators were known for their fast cultivation speed and ruthless character. Even they had to be wary of them. Moreover, they could faintly sense that the devil cultivator before them was so powerful that they could not compare to him. Fong Hui frowned. At that moment, he also sensed that Yi Man was not friendly. Since we've known each other for a while, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and smiled. Duan Lingtian's reaction stunned Fong Hui and the other two. You'll take care of me? Yi Man was stunned at first, but he could not help but laugh. His laugh was even colder. I'll wait and see. Unfortunately, Guo Li isn't here. It'd be perfect if she was here. Yi Man ignored Duan Lingtian and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he knew it was not the right time to attack Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from joining the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with the city governor of Mound Hill City present. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. When Duan Lingtian entered the Moon Illumination Sect, would he not be a piece of meat on his chopping board? Senior brother Duan, how did you and Gua Li get to know this devil cultivator? Xiong, who could not help but ask Duan Lingtian when he saw Yi Man leaving. He could not help but look at him. This matter we have to start from a year ago. Duan Lingtian told him about how he met Lin Qingrong, Gua Li, and Yi Man a year ago. He did not even leave out the details of how the three of them interacted with each other. Does this mean Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Feng Hui asked with a frown. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He's like a completely different person compared to back then. I couldn't recognize him when I saw him earlier. The change is too drastic. It seems like he's fallen into the devil Dao for more than a year, and his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. Xiong, who said with dread on his face, however, does the Moon Illumination Sect accept devil cultivators? Xiong, who was not the only one looking at Feng Hui. Even Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun were looking at Feng Hui. They were curious about this as well. As long as he's not a devil cultivator who offends the heavens, the sect will never reject him. Not only that, there are many devil cultivators in the sect, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui replied. Soon after, Feng Hui regained his senses and said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, although Yi Man wasn't a match for you a year ago, since he's a devil cultivator, he can't be judged by common sense. Perhaps his ability has surpassed yours now. If you encounter him, avoid him if you can. Don't fight him head-on. Feng Hui reminded him patiently, I have a feeling that his ability is even more powerful than Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City. Although he did not probe Yi Man's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic, Feng Hui could roughly determine Yi Man's cultivation base based on the aura on his body. He's on the Saint Rudiment stage? Xiong, who exclaimed, if he's not on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. However, if he's a devil cultivator, it'll be easy for him to enter the Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Hui said as he shook his head. Feng Hui shook his head and said, his words revealed his foresight and wisdom. However, his ability isn't something that Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City can compare to. Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. He's so powerful. Xiong, who gasped while Ling Yun had a look of dread on his face. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. To him, regardless of whether Yi Man was a Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage Devil Cultivator or a Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator, he could easily crush him with the Devil Seal tablet that he activated. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. Feng Hui frowned and reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He thought Duan Lingtian had underestimated his opponent. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, an old voice that contained true energy resonated. It suppressed the noisy atmosphere at the scene and temporarily restored peace. It was as though one could hear a pin drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the old man standing on the spacious stone platform. The old man was surrounded by two middle-aged men like stars surrounding the moon. Welcome to our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. I won't beat around the bush. What I'm going to say next involves the assessment rules, so I'll make it short. After suppressing the crowd's clamor, the old man continued to say, our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment is divided into two stages. The first stage is where we'll perform the spiritual secret tactic to check the participant's age and cultivation base. As long as they're below the age of 40 and have a cultivation base above the perfection mortal shedding stage, they'll be able to pass the first stage of the assessment. Chapter 14:26. Now that I've introduced the rules, let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Chong, and I'm the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. The old man said slowly. These rules. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the rules Dong Chong mentioned. Only those below the perfection mortal shedding stage under the age of 40 can pass the first section of the assessment. Although his current combat strength was comparable to an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, his cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base could not be hidden from the secret spiritual technique. Senior Brother Duan, your cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, according to the old man's rules. Doesn't that mean you can't even pass the first section of the assessment? Xiong Hu frowned and scolded. What kind of stupid rule is this Moon Illumination sex entrance assessment? They only look at cultivation base and not combat strength? Isn't this a scam? Whether it was Xiong Quan or Ling Yin, both of them knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that although their senior brother Duan's cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, his combat strength was invincible among those below the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yin could not help but frown as well. It would be a huge joke if even senior brother Duan could not pass the Moon Illumination sex entrance assessment. Don't worry. Feng Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian and the other two frowning. Duan Lingtian might not pass the first section of the assessment, but it won't be difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the second section of the assessment. The second section of the assessment, Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at Feng Hui in confusion when they heard that. Since Dong Chong had not told them the details of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was. The sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance so that they won't be neglected. Even if they fail the first section, they'll still be able to join the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui said, those on the paramount mortal shedding stage don't have to participate in the second stage of the assessment. Those on the perfection mortal shedding stage who participate in the second stage of the assessment will be the rake. Those who didn't pass the first stage of the assessment will be the target when they participate in the second stage of the assessment. As long as they succeed in the challenge, they'll be considered to have passed the entrance assessment and can directly enter the sect. Feng Hui continued, as for those at the perfection mortal shedding realm who are challenged and defeated, they will lose the opportunity to enter the sect. Feng Hui finished explaining the rules of the entrance examination before Dong Chong did. Whoosh! After Dong Chong finished speaking, all the young geniuses present were in an uproar. Only the 18 city masters, including Feng Hui, were not surprised because they already knew the rules. If that's the case, a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse will be disqualified and lose the qualification to enter the Moon Illumination sect after being defeated just once. This is too cruel. He was defeated and was not even given a chance. Actually, this is understandable. A person at the perfection mortal shedding realm who can't even win against someone whose cultivation base is lower than his has almost no future. However, I don't think such a situation will happen. It's usually impossible for someone whose cultivation base is below the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. That's true. If he's really defeated by someone below the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's because he's not as good as his opponent. He deserves to be disqualified. The surrounding people discussed among themselves and gradually accepted the rules. That's good. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after knowing the content of the second section of the assessment. It was not difficult for him to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the entrance examination of the Moon Illumination sect officially began under the leadership of Dongchong, the outer court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. The young geniuses from the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect, who were recommended by the city masters and recruited by the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect, ascended the stone platform one after another. 10 of them formed a group and were scrutinized by the 2 middle-aged men behind Dongchong. The 2 middle-aged men were the outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, although it looked like they were scrutinizing them, they were actually probing the young genius's age and cultivation base with the spiritual secret tactic. 36 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. 34 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. All the 10 young geniuses in the beginning passed. Don't tell me I'm the only martial cultivator who's not at the perfection mortal shedding stage or above among the group of young men present. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly in the face of this result. There should be many martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As an experienced person, Feng Hui knew much more than Duan Lingtian. In the Tao martial Saintland, there are still many genius martial cultivators who can defeat opponents at a higher level. However, the martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage that I've seen before can only defeat ordinary martial cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage at most. When Feng Hui reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, not all martial cultivators are at the same level. Not every martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage is as crazy as you who can even defeat someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Just like what Feng Hui had said, there were 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage in the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the second stage of the assessment. However, they were not discouraged because of this. It was obvious they knew this would happen. Their target was the second stage of the challenge. Only those who were eliminated in the first stage would have a chance to challenge in the second stage. There were more martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses who went up. There were even fewer people in the fourth batch. When the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, Xiong Hu exclaimed, "It's that boy!" Upon hearing Xiong Hu's reminder, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 stared at the stone platform in front of them. They noticed Yuman was among the 10 people. Yuman stood there with a cold aura exuding from his body. He seemed out of place with the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses were intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance from him. Devil cultivator. This young man is a devil cultivator. The cultivation speed of devil cultivators has always been heaven-defying. I wonder how old he is this year and what's his cultivation base. His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's wait and see. Yuman attracted a lot of attention. More and more people's attention was focused on him. Paramount mortal shedding stage at 30 years old. As one of the middle-aged men next to the outer court elder, Dongchong spoke, the entire place was in an uproar. The middle-aged man was talking about Yuman. As expected of a devil cultivator, he's only 30 years old and he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Amazing, amazing. He's even more powerful than I imagined. At that moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Yi-Man was the first person at the paramount mortal shedding stage to appear in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment today. As expected, he became the center of attention. Not only were the 9 young geniuses standing next to him, but even the young geniuses who passed the first stage of the assessment were overshadowed by him. Yi Man stood on the stone platform with his nose in the air and a proud expression on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, his condescending gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're destined to be stepped on by me, Yi Man. Yi Man's true energy voice transmission was extremely arrogant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care at all. His expression remained the same as he glanced at Yi Man indifferently. He did not even bother to talk to him. In his opinion, Yi Man was just a defeated opponent. He was, and he would be in the future. How could a defeated opponent be brave enough to speak? Duan Lingtian's attitude made Yi Man's face turn completely grave. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to ignore him at this moment. For a moment, Yi Man only felt that his anger was about to burst out. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I, Yi Man, swear I'm not human. Yi Man's eyes gleamed ferociously as he gritted his teeth and mumbled. Since Yi Man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he was exempted from the second stage of the assessment. He was led to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate by an outer court disciple. Yi Man was also the first person among the group of young geniuses who passed the entrance assessment and became a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. Senior brother Duan, the way Yi Man looked at you was as if he wanted to swallow you whole. How much hatred do you have for him? Although Yi Man's gaze was not directed at him, Xiong, who still had goosebumps. To a narrow-minded person, even a small conflict can be regarded as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. How much hatred do you think he has for me? Duan Lingtian asked back. Xiong, who was speechless. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife were the greatest hatred in the world. Duan Lingtian, be careful of Yi Man when you enter the sect. There's no kind person among the devil cultivators, especially since he might have turned into a devil because of you. Fang Hui said with a solemn expression on his face, if an ordinary martial cultivator or Dao cultivator falls into the devil Dao because of some obsession, then there are only two paths before him. The first path is to get rid of the obsession and soar. The second path is to fail to get rid of the obsession. If it's light, he'll go through qi deviation. If it's serious, he'll be devoured by the devil qi and die. Fang Hui had done his research on devil cultivators before. After his wife was forced to commit suicide by Lu Huan, he had thought of falling into the devil Dao and becoming a devil cultivator in order to avenge her. That was the only way he would have a chance to avenge her. However, his wife seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Before she committed suicide, she left him a message that he must not fall into the devil Dao. Otherwise, she would not be able to die in peace. His wife had died such a horrible death. No matter how much Fang Hui hated her and wanted to avenge her, he could not bear to go against her last words. I've heard about that as well. Chapter 1427. This is the craziness of devil cultivators, and also the terror of devil cultivators. Xiong, whose face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Archenemy. Duan Lingtian had a disdainful expression when he heard Xiong Hu's words. He's not worthy. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. He had the Devil Seal tablet and was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. As long as his opponent was not a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, he could easily kill him by activating the Devil Seal tablet with his current cultivation base. Even if he was a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could still kill him unless he took out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons ranking. It gave Duan Lingtian immense confidence. Duan Lingtian, don't be careless. However, Fang Hui did not know about the Devil Seal tablet's existence. He quickly reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw that he did not seem to agree with Xiong Hu's words. Duan Lingtian was his hope. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian because he underestimated Yi Man Lingyan, looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He saw immense confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an unshakable confidence. I wonder what senior brother Duan is relying on to look down on Yi Man. Although Lingyan could see some clues, it would never cross his mind that the Devil Seal tablet in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking would be in Duan Lingtian's hands. The first stage of the assessment continued. After Yi Man, many paramount mortal shedding stage, martial cultivators appeared. However, they were all over 35 years old. Their potential could not be compared to Yi Man's. Those guys from Luojiang City have gone up as well. Xiong, whose sharp eyes saw the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, including Xiao Zhuwei, going up the stone platform. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. After activating his divine eye, he could easily see the other 3 people apart from Xiao Zhuwei. 2 of them were at the perfection mortal shedding stage, while the other was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Xiao Zhuwei was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first stage of the assessment, but he did not even need to participate in the second stage of the assessment. He passed the entrance assessment directly and became an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. As for the other 3, 2 perfection mortal shedding realm cultivators passed the first stage of the assessment while the mastery mortal shedding realm cultivator failed. Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, was prepared for this outcome, so he was not surprised. Among the 4 young geniuses of Luojiang City, Xiao Zhuwei left with the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple, while the 2 perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators stayed on the stone platform, while the mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi's side. It's the people of Mound Hill City's turn. Luo Yi looked at the people from Mound Hill City, including Duan Lingtian, and a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Now, only the last group of people, including Duan Lingtian, Xionghu, and Lingyan, had yet to go on stage. They were in the 19th group. There were only 7 people in this group. What? He's only at the late stage of the immortal shedding stage? How's that possible? Luo Yi was dumbstruck when the result of Duan Lingtian and the rest's investigation came out. It was not only Luo Yi. Even the young genius from Luojiang City, next to him, was dumbstruck. The young genius from Mound Hill City, who had defeated Xiao Zhuwei, was only a mastery mortal, shedding stage martial cultivator like him? Oh my God! Was he dreaming? The 2 perfection mortal, shedding stage, martial cultivators from Luojiang City, on the stone platform, were petrified. Yesterday, they had witnessed the battle where Duan Lingtian defeated Xiao Zhuwei with their own eyes. Xiao Zhuwei was the number 1 genius among the younger generation in Luojiang City. His cultivation base had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Before this, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The young genius from Mound Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Apart from the group from Luojiang City, the rest did not find it strange. After all, among the 187 people who participated in the entrance assessment, 55 of them were on the mastery mortal shedding stage. The remaining 132 people were on the perfection mortal shedding stage and above. Among them, there were 12 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. The 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators stood on the stone platform, waiting for the second part of the assessment to begin. Below the stone platform, most of the 55 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators were rubbing their palms as they observed the 120 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators on the stone platform one by one, choosing their target to challenge. At this moment, they would definitely look for targets that they were confident in defeating. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. If they failed, they would have no fate with the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Success or failure would depend on this battle. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became somewhat heavy. Almost all the young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who dared to come here were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have come. Therefore, although the 120 young people on the stone platform were on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, some of them were extremely anxious because they had just broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of true energy. They only had a slight advantage in terms of the number of saint veins in their bodies. How's this possible? How's it possible that he's only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Is there something wrong with the spiritual secret tactic? The four people from Luojiang City kept their eyes on Duan Lingtian as they muttered to themselves. They still could not believe that the young genius from Mound Hill City was only a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Now, everyone below the stone platform, please stand on the right side. The left side is reserved for the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who have left the stone platform after being defeated. On the spacious stone platform, the outer court elder, Dong Chong, announced loudly. At once, everyone moved to the right side, leaving a large empty space on the left side. I'll tell you the details of the second part of the assessment now. The young geniuses who have been eliminated in the first part of the assessment can go up to the stone platform and choose your opponent. As long as you defeat your opponent, you'll pass our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Of course, everyone who goes up to the stone platform can't choose to challenge the young geniuses from the same city. I hope everyone can understand. This is to prevent situations where people give way to each other. Also, any young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who are defeated won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're younger than 40 years old after 5 years, you can participate in our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chong's loud voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene. Once the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage on the stone platform were defeated, they would not be able to join the Moon Illumination sect. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were nervous when they heard what he said. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of guys who haven't even entered the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Why are you worried that you can't defeat them? That's right. If we can't even defeat these guys below the stone platform, we'll really embarrass the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. I'm confident that I can defeat anyone below the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage anyway. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were confident as well. They felt the young geniuses below the stone platform who were eliminated in the first stage were no match for them. When the second stage of the assessment begins, the young geniuses below the stone platform will ascend the high platform one by one. If you're successful, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. If you fail, you'll have to go to the left area as well. Dong Chong continued. The left area was empty. There was nobody there at the moment. Those who failed would have to go there to identify themselves. Now, I announce that the second stage of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong's words left his mouth, a young genius below the stone platform flew up to the stone platform immediately. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage one by one. I challenge you. Soon he chose his target, a young genius who was similar in age to him. However, he was defeated in less than 10 moves. How unlucky! I can't believe I picked a tough one. After being defeated, the young genius on the mastery mortal shedding stage, smiled wryly. He was willing to admit his defeat and jumped off the high platform to stand in the left area. There was only one person left in the elimination area on the left. Subsequently, the young geniuses flew up to the stone platform one by one. After Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye, he discovered that these young geniuses were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. None of them were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, let alone the early mortal shedding stage. That's right. If you're not on the mastery mortal shedding stage, it's almost impossible for you to pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange at all. As time passed, the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up to the stone platform in high spirits and challenged the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up. However, all of them failed without exception. It's impossible for those on the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat us on the perfection mortal shedding stage. We'll defeat as many as there are. On the stone platform, the group of young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had yet to be defeated were in high spirits. At that moment, none of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage below the stone platform went up. The defeat of the 23 people in front of them had affected their fighting spirit to a certain extent. The mastery mortal shedding stage is just a lowly ant. Ants should be trampled under our feet and never be able to turn the tables. A green-clad young man with an enchanting face and a sharp voice glanced at all the young geniuses below the stone platform in disdain. Ants should be trampled under your feet, never be able to turn the tables. When the group of young geniuses below the stone platform were enraged, a cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He smirked and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot up the stone platform. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.